When was Fernando, maybe? Sucks.
It's time to get you up to speed on all things sports.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
With plenty of nonsense in between.
The right-hander deals, and on 2-0, Fernando swings, hits one in the air, deep to left field. You can forget it, all the way out of Park.
First time I heard that call. Welcome into Gwynn and Chris, Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Cello, Matt Scraby on this Tuesday afternoon. Padres 9-2 to start the season. That
there was just a glimpse of some of what the Padres did. Can you run that back one more time, please? I feel like I heard myself lose my breath there for a second.
Oh, when I listen to you guys a lot because I'm driving home, and you do. I know exactly what happened when I hear Tony do a breath or something. But here,
the right-hander deals, and on 2-0, Fernando swings, hits one in the.
You go, That's it.
The right-hander deals, and on 2-0, Fernando swings, hits one.
Yeah. It was a tasty hit, man.
It was. What did that thing look like flying through the sky? It looked amazing on TV.
UFO, I think.
Like man. I was just about to say, like an unidentified flying object up there. Yeah, he hammered that. It was a sweeper. I don't know what,
inner half of the plate. Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking.
I don't know what
pitch.
He was thinking on that, because he had been kind of, pitching Toddy down and away hard. He punched him out. He got him to kind of hit a weak one, and then he spun that spinner in there, and that bad boy.
Man, that was gone in a hurry. Yeah. Give him credit that he didn't miss it. I mean, that was almost so juicy. That's one of those you might miss. It was like blinking, hit me.
I don't think he's missing much right now.
Right.
And
right.
I think that's in his setup right now. I mean, he's gone away from the big leg kick that he's had for a long time. He's now just kind of getting it down early, and I think he sees the ball better. He's not, as of at least early going, he hasn't really been offering at that slider down and away like he had been like all of last year. And so, yeah, man, it's nice to see this off. I'm sorry, I said this yesterday, but cold weather sucks to play baseball. It really does.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's why they, played the way they played, but it's not the same. It's just not. You come back to California, it was nice. It was chilly for San Diegans, I would say.
Right.
And it still is just not the same. I mean, you get out there with short sleeves on, and you feel like baseball weather. And they got back to some action yesterday. And this was, Michael King, I thought wasn't at his best, but he buckled down and was able to get 5 2/3 of work in there. And he quite frankly should have got out of that inning, fully. He should have got through a full 6 had the Padres made that play there at the end. But unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it, he came out bullpen phenomenal again. Padres 9-2, best to each of the 2 times they've done this. They've headed to a World Series, so we'll see. Hopefully that remains true.
Yeah, 1984 they started 10-2. And in 1998, they started 11-2. But yeah, you're right. Last 2 times 9-2. The only 2 times 9-2.
Right.
Ended up in the World Series. The other thing that I went back and checked on, Tony, and I know it's crazy. It's early. It's April, so you don't get any reward for this. But it is nice to wake up at least one morning and be alone in first place in the National League West. It has been since June 17th, 2022. Since the Padres have woke up alone in first place in the NL West. They've been tied a couple of times early in the season last year and the year before, but this is the first time they've actually, had a lead in almost 2.5 years, 3 years. So, something to celebrate anyway today. It was an enjoyable game last night. And once again, Padres doing the kind of things that have helped them be successful so far, spreading things out, getting some clutch hits. Got a little fortunate, I thought, Tony, in the first inning because Arise was at second base there. Manny hit that dunker into center field. Arise took off and had J.J. Bleday been able to run that down, that would have been a double play. Instead, he couldn't get to it. Rise scored easily, and then Jake hit the home run. So instead of an inning-ending double play, that turned into 3 runs. And you get a 4-0 lead with Michael King on the mound. You feel like you're going to win that ball game, and they did. So it was well done. I'm a little worried about this Soderstrom guy, though. He seems to torch the Padres. I recall him coming to San Diego and doing something similar last year. I don't know if he had 2 home runs in a game here, but he had a couple of really good games at Qualcomm. And don't look now, but this guy's tied for the Major League home run lead all of a sudden. Those were his 5th and 6th of the year last night. Crazy.
He can hit 6 homers for all I care. If they end up with losses like they did last night,
you're okay with it, huh?
It doesn't really matter. I think, listen, I think Luis is, some would say gamble, but I would say just kind of part of who this team is.
Yeah,
when
that's
it comes
true.
to running the bases. It would have taken an amazing play by Bleday, to come up with that. It didn't matter anyway because the next batter, Cronenworth, went big fly. So they're just doing, they kind of got back to doing what they had been doing prior to going to Chicago. That was some more 2-out docks. When Michael King needed to settle in, he was able to do that. Let me get some water. I'm about to choke to death.
I was gonna say, is Tony okay? It's not too warm up in Sacramento. You're not dealing with anything like allergies, are you?
I don't know, but my God, that was like
Did you eat
dying.
Chris's Kind Bar? Because that's usually what causes it here.
I didn't have a Kind Bar. I don't know what's going on.
Could you just ask one of those people that are fawning you to drop the
oh yes, that's
drop
a good point.
the big fern leaves and
Yes,
fetch you some water?
Yes. By the way, your
Sure,
guy.
Gwynn.
I've never heard anyone say I'm scared of Scott Soderstrom, so that it took me.
It's not Scott Soderstrom.
It's not Scott.
That's not his name.
Tyler. I'm sorry. I'm on his
So
page.
I didn't. I looked. The guy
I've
hit 2
never heard
home
that.
runs. He had a good. He did well last year.
I'm
swings the
trying to
bat.
tell you. Last year against the Padres at Petco Park, he did hit 2 home runs in
Okay,
the 3 games.
there you have it. So I'm just telling you, this guy's had really good success. But other than that, the Padres did a nice job, keeping the A's quiet. They gave up a run out of the bullpen, which is an upset. But Jason Adam and Suarez. Suarez doesn't get enough love. Every year. Well, it's not every year. It's only the second year. But last year we went into the season, and one of the biggest question marks on the squad was closer, because Suarez was going to have to take over for Josh Hader and the whole thing. And Suarez the year, had given up that home run to Bryce Harper in the playoff. And, would he be able to actually close out games in the 9th inning? And it proved to be the least of the Padres' concerns all last season. And despite that, we either wanted to trade him this offseason, or we just didn't believe he was going to be able to do this again. And then he had a, shaky spring training, and people said, uh-oh. Well, now he's just automatic again. 5 innings, 5 saves, 5 for 5. He's got the changeup now to go along with 100. And last night, he just reached back, said, I'm going to hundo down the middle. And, they couldn't catch up with it. So this is, it's such a luxury to play 7 innings or maybe 6 innings with Estrada and, have a lead and feel like the game's almost over, Tony. It's not supposed to always work that way, but it has.
It's definitely a luxury. And the thing is, they got like reinforcements. Eventually Hoeing's going to be ready. Eventually Reynolds is going to be ready. And you need, kind of a backup 7, 8, 9 kind of combo you can go to. So when those guys, 162 games is a lot. You start getting into the 60, 70 appearances, you've used those guys a lot. And the only way to avoid that is if you have another set of arms that can come with it. And so I think the Padres bullpen is deep. Now listen, an injury, having to go to them more often than you want can change that lens that we get to look through at this bullpen through right now. But for now, they've been phenomenal. You know, they haven't been perfect, but they've been really, really, really good.
Yeah.
And if they get starting pitching, especially in an early going that ends in a 5 and some change or a 6, yeah, it's going to be tough the Padres are going to continue to win a lot of games.
Especially if you especially if you look at the high leverage guys, right? The guys that are trying to hold on to a lead rather. Peralta's given up no runs. Jason Adam, no runs. Yuki Matsui, no runs. Robert Suarez, no runs. Morejon's given up 1, and Estrada's given up 1. So that's your top 6 guys, and every one of them has been, early but lights out. That helps you be 9-2 in a big way. So
I think when people say they want to trade Robert Suarez, it's not because of performance, it's because of the future of being able to keep him with the team, because he has next year an option.
I don't think so.
At some point, you guys stop worrying about the future. Like it's now.
Future is now.
No, I get it now. Now that they started 9-2, I mean, all eyes are on that World Series.
Well, I think that you're right to a certain extent, but I still think people are kind of a little on edge when Suarez is going to be coming in. And I'm not quite sure why this is, because he's been so lights out for the year plus.
I definitely think that's true coming into the season. People were 100% not comfortable with Suarez, despite his body of work that he's had. All right. Before we get to break, I do need to see, I saw this going around earlier. Seems to be confirmed. Octavio Dotel, former closer, big league closer for the Astros, the Cardinals, amongst other teams, passed away in what seems to be like a tragic kind of accident. A roof collapsed.
Yeah.
I think over 100 people were injured in this situation. I think Nelson Cruz, former Padres sister, passed away in this.
Oh wow!
In this
happened in the Dominican
accident.
Republic early this morning, Tony. Yeah, and the police have confirmed it. 44 people have been confirmed dead in this, and it was a nightclub in Santo Domingo, and the roof just collapsed around 1 a.m. And from what I understand, Dotel was actually pulled from the rubble
he
about 6 hours later, and he had survived long enough to be pulled out of the rubble and then was transported to a hospital where he died.
That's terrifying.
So it's just horrible.
All right, let's get to break. More Gwynn and Chris on the other side.
San Diego is a baseball town.
All right, off and rolling here. 2:18 is the time. April 8th, 2025. The last time, as I mentioned earlier, the Padres awoke in first place. Prior to today, June 17th, 2022. So let's enjoy ourselves. We're on top, at least for the moment. Dodgers lost, Giants lost yesterday. Padres will send Dylan Cease to the mound tonight against the Athletics, and left-hander Jeffrey Springs will pitch for the Athletics tonight. Speaking with the left-hander, we don't know. There's no lineup out yet, but Jackson Merrill did not play last night, as we know, with the balky hamstring,
I love
as it was termed by the Padres.
Categorization of bulky.
Well, that's what they said. And Mike Schilt said, he's got sore legs. So that's what he termed it. I would be surprised if Jackson is in there tonight, but we'll get the official lineup. And when we get it, we will pass it along to you. We have a athletics guest coming on in about 20 minutes to talk about life in the minor league ballpark. But before we get to that guest, what did Tony think about life in the minor league ballpark last night? Anthony,
cool.
Your breakdown.
It was cool.
It was cool.
It wasn't that bad, man. It really wasn't.
Okay.
I mean, it's not. I don't think anybody expected coming here that somehow this was going to transform into some Major League Baseball venue. It's a AAA venue. I think they've done a really nice job trying to accommodate, a Major League ball game and what all comes with it. The playing surface is phenomenal. I mean, the AAA team that's going to play here, they're going to get the benefit of having like a Major League playing surface. I mean, that's kind of cool on their side of things. But listen, there's obviously some of the shortcomings, right? I mean, yeah, and it's not even really a shortcoming. It's just the spoils that you get as a Major League Baseball broadcaster, right? You usually have your booth that's kind of separated from kind of the riffraff of the press box.
Wait a second. Do I qualify as a riffraff?
I certainly do, because that's where I sat in the riffraff section during my day.
And what I mean by riffraff is there's a lot going on in the press box, right? Everybody's conversing, everybody's just kind of doing their thing. In the booth, it's relatively quiet, right? You don't have that here, right? Because it's kind of the booth is in the same area that the press box is in, and everybody's eating and getting food and having a good time, watching the game, doing their work, blah blah blah. And so there's just a lot going on, and so we had our door closed. But in terms of where we are, I think coming from Chicago makes this place feel a lot better, right?
You're just happy to be warm. You're just happy to be snug.
Not only am I happy to be warm, I'm not like having to turn my chair in an angle so that Jesse can squeeze out and get up to the stairs. Like there's just more space. So I'm not complaining at all. I think I'm quite happy with ourselves.
Now, 2 years ago, the last time you went to the Athletics venue, you were in Oakland, and
Yes.
I recall you talking about some of the, shall we say, animal life that was living up there in the broadcast booth with you.
You could say possum.
Possum, I believe it was. I didn't remember what animal it was. I just remembered it was something that was giving Tony the heebie-jeebies for sure.
Well, I mean, before we had gone there, I think it was that they weren't even using it because there was a possum or something along those lines that they that was impossible to catch. I think they were using it, but they just hadn't caught it. But by the time we got there,
needs a movie about it.
By the time we got there, they had already caught it, and it was all good. I mean, listen, man, that was probably the roughest booth we had to go to all year. But, after I got over the possum being loose and not being loose and being caught, I was good to go.
You were good to go.
Hilarious statement. I got to say, listening to it on the radio, and I know Dave doesn't have any control over that, they were pumping the music in. I don't think they need the music that loud.
Yeah, no, I think they are, they are, what is it?
Overcompensating?
Overcompensating. Because it was loud.
You
dog.
guys
It
were
was
like
so
in a
loud.
club for half the game trying to yell over the music. And then they would do the do, 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 and it was loud.
It's also just not. It's a AAA sound system too. You know what I'm saying? It don't have the bass or the. It's just kind of distorted a little bit. It's so loud.
Brutal.
Well, you guys will have to tough it out for a couple of more days there
fine.
in Athleticsville. Tonight's game is at 7:05. Sam Levitt's pregame show at 6:05 as the Padres, first place Padres, will take on the Athletics once again. Also last night, a national championship was decided in men's college basketball, and I must say it was quite the game. Florida ended up winning it after Houston led the entire game. I believe Florida only ended up leading for 1 minute and 3 seconds total.
Florida did to Houston what Houston did to Duke.
Right. Houston was
the exact same thing.
Almost the same thing. Houston, after the game, was like, we're heartbroken. This is terrible. It hurts. It stings. And you're right. That's exactly what Duke had said 2 days earlier. It was one of those games where I honestly felt the team with the best talent won the game, but I don't think the team with the best game plan and the team that was coached the best won the game. Houston had a great game plan. They executed it as well as they possibly could have. They knew what I knew, and that was that Florida's front line was a bunch of clunky guys up there. They're all tall, but they're clunky. And if they're not dunking the basketball, they're probably going to be turning it over. So Houston didn't bother guarding them too much. They put everybody on Clayton. They put everybody else on Elijah Martin, and those guys couldn't score for Florida. And I mean, it was just I thought Houston did it right, and they had it all the way. Florida was that much better to pull it out.
Four consecutive turnovers.
That's right. That's what killed them. Yeah.
They literally did the same thing to Duke. They got Duke to turn over however many of the last 5 possessions they had.
Yeah.
Florida got them to do the same exact thing. They turned it over the last 4 possessions with a lead. And that's probably why it hurt so much, because they really gave that game away.
They really did. Walter Clayton Jr. Missed his first, 7 shots. And I thought, here he is, the next Steph Curry. I mean, this is how good we feel this guy is.
Right.
And he's going to go scoreless in the national championship game. And this is going to follow him for the rest of his life. I was starting to almost feel bad for the guy. And then he came back, though, man. He made 3 buckets at the end, a couple of 3-point plays. He had 4 free throws. And then wouldn't you know it, the last defensive play that needed to be made, he was the one who made it. He jumped out, forced the shooter, Emmanuel Sharp, to put the ball back down, which would have been a travel had he picked it up again. Yeah. But Clayton made that play, and that was the winning play for Florida. So it was a great game. It was a great game. It was a great Final Four. All 3 games were great after what I thought was a really ho-hum tournament before that. So
yeah,
good finish, and congrats to the Gators. Although,
Jesse wasn't too happy about the Gators winning yesterday.
Well, as a Miami guy, yeah, you can't be rooting for Florida. That doesn't go too well. I thought this Houston team, I said it all along, was a lot like the Aztecs 2 years ago. And I thought that's how they played. They could play great defense. They could rebound. They could get on the glass. They could physical. But they also did one other thing that the Aztecs of 2 years ago did, Tony, and that is they could go into scoring droughts.
Yeah.
And that's what helped Florida get back in the game when they were down 12 in the second half. All of a sudden, Houston just couldn't score the ball for a while. And that was one thing the Aztecs, had to overcome 2 years ago. And for the most part, they did. They got just as far as Houston got. It was a great game. And, Florida ends up the champs. So there you have that.
Indeed.
Who's our guest, Scrape? I'm sorry I didn't print the paper out. I know it's an A's beat reporter.
So
Martin Gallegos.
Yeah, Martin Gallegos. But when I said, "Hey, Chris, are you going to grab your papers on the way?"
I
to
was.
the studio, you
And
said yes.
did you see
Yes.
our boss come in and ask me a couple of questions?
Well,
and
how does that
go over
affect
some things?
How does that affect you grabbing the papers from the printer?
Well,
Scraby
I would
could've
have to
answered the question.
I
You
think
didn't
I
have
just
to put
asked
the
it.
man on
He was
blast.
standing right here. I don't think I could just leave him standing here.
Well, did you transport into your seat or did you walk by the printer?
Wow, this guy's unbelievable, Tony.
I
this
mean,
is
this
the
is
kind
ridiculous.
No, it's the kind of reason-
you say you're going to do something, do it.
Wow. Holy cow.
He doesn't have the sheet in front of him for the first half hour of the show because he didn't want to go get it.
This guy is a trip, man.
I was going to go get it during the first break, but Adam came in and was talking to me at my seat.
But what happened when you said, I'm going to grab it on the way into the studio?
You know what? I can only handle one wife at a time. I really.
I'm just asking you to, maybe do what you've told me you're going to do. Because I didn't think this whole time I thought he had them. So I would have gotten them for him if he said he didn't have them.
Oh,
because he said he was going to go get them.
You're
Right?
amazing.
I did not
can
get
only-
much sleep last night, and I got no time for this.
I
Why?
can only handle one wife at a time.
And these are the questions I get when I get home.
Well, then why don't you
Why?
do something about it?
Why didn't you do what you said you were going to do? I think that should just be printed and put above the couch.
I think
that's a
think
question I get
if
often.
multiple people told me the same thing, I would probably look inward.
I can't with you. Shady.
I'm sweating now.
Well, just so all of you know, there is a guest coming next, but I don't have the sheet. So we'll all find out
What's
together
new?
when Gwynn and Chris continues.
Ben and Woods on the Fan.
The fifth and
Again here on Gwynn and Chris, Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Sello, Matt Scrape. Martin Gallegos will join us shortly.
Oh, is that who
So-
it is? Martin Gallegos.
MLB.com.
Why?
See,
don't-
someone on the chat said, well, why don't you just give Chris a link to the Google Doc? Why don't you tell him why we can't use a Google Doc, Chris?
I don't know how.
Exactly. People are like coming up with all these different ideas. I'm like, tried it. Been
I
there.
don't know how. Baseball coverage on 97.3 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on an iPhone 16 Pro. Might want to hurry up and do that.
Oh, man. Come on over to the Android, people. Come on over to the Android.
We are certainly going to get into Martin's thoughts on being out here, because it's one thing I think it's important. It's one thing that to come in here as a visitor, where you're here for 3 days, you get on out, move on to the next city, or go back home. The team here in Oakland, they're going to be here for at least 81 of these bad boys, and so be interested to hear his perspective.
And is
on
it?
someone?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to. Is it true that if you have to go to the restroom at any time, you have to walk from the dugout all the way out past the left field fence, or do they at least have an auxiliary place you can go near the dugout if you're a player?
There's a dugout. There's a bathroom in the dugout.
All right.
However, that is for I assume the number one. If you are down there holding up the bathroom during the game, I think you're going to have to walk across the field. The walk of shame, as they call it.
Yeah.
Oh, so if someone is caught going in the outfield, we all know what they're going for.
Yeah, listen, you could have forgot something. Certainly. You might have forgot a jacket.
You make it look like you forgot something. Yeah, leave your jacket in the dugout and then run out there and look like you're cold.
I can recognize that waddle from anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, either way, I'm just saying that'll probably be. So it's not necessarily true that there's no bathroom. There's a bathroom there.
Right.
For
a peek behind the scenes, it sounds like the auxiliary bathroom has the same rules as the bus does.
Exactly.
You better be on death's doorstep if you do anything beyond a number one on the bus.
1,000%.
Yeah.
You got to be on death's doorstep.
I have before I call Martin, I have a slightly hilarious story about someone else. So truthfully, it's not me. This sounds like it would be a story for me. But they took a party bus up to LA or something, and they went and they did they did whatever they did, and then they had a big Brazilian steak dinner, and then they got back on the party bus and came back down. And my friend was like, my stomach was hurting so bad. I tried so hard not to, so they used the bathroom. And everybody hated them for the entire ride down from LA. And they got stuck in traffic. It was like a 3.5 hour drive from LA in this party bus.
Wow.
Can you imagine? I did 10 years with the Gulls, going up and back to Fresno.
Oh, man.
And I don't care. I never broke down. It just wasn't possible.
You're a better man than I, Chris.
I think that the hockey players would have picked me up while the bus was moving and thrown me out the window. I really do.
Believe it.
So
I believe it.
Yeah, you couldn't risk it. Whatever. Anyway, all right, we're up to date on the A's restroom situation. That's good. Good to know. Good to know.
Padres back in action here tonight, 7:05. Old school times, Chris.
Yes, back in the day.
Back in the day was 7:05.
I was telling anybody the other night, the Dodger game when I was a kid started at 8:05. If you can believe it. Way back, 8:05.
Is that a thumbs up? Okay, let's go ahead and get to our guest today. We are in Sacramento playing the Athletics, and Martin Gallegos joins us, MLB.com. We'll talk a little bit about this team, about the setup here in Sacramento. Martin, how are you, my man? Thank you for coming on.
Hey, I'm good. Thanks for having me. Hey.
No problem at all. I want to talk to you a little bit about this athletic ball club. They had a rough home opener against the Cubs. Cubs swept them. They go out on the road. They kind of bounce back. They win 2 of 3. They lose a tough one last night. I mean, the expectations are a little bit higher than they normally are for this Athletics team, correct?
Yeah, and that was kind of set last year, second half of 2024. They finished over 500, 39 and 37, and went out and made some pretty notable offseason moves for the first time in a while. They went out. Obviously, you saw Severino last night, and they made a couple other moves that kind of signal that they feel like they're ready to make a push towards playing competitive baseball again after rebuilding for the last few years. So there are a lot more high expectations as opposed to the last 3 years when they were kind of just rebuilding.
Let me ask you about Sacramento and how the Athletics have been received in Sacramento by the people there in Sacramento, the residents, considering the fact that the Athletics have gone basically out of their way to tell Major League Baseball that they don't ever want to be called Sacramento. They've also put it in their unis that they're the Las Vegas A's, which we know they eventually will be. Are the people still as welcoming based on the A's reaction to being in Sacramento?
Yeah, obviously the Las Vegas patch does make it a little awkward, but I mean, they do have a Sacramento patch on the other side as well. The whole not having the Sacramento thing on the jersey, I think that's, it's going to be a weird thing for, I think, fans to buy into. But I think overall, I mean, just based on the reception for these first 4 games, it's been pretty positive. I mean, that first series, it was packed every game. It was a bad series for the A's, so it was tough for them to get, really excited about anything. They got killed by the Cubs all 3 games. Last night was a little more, it was really the first close game that they played here in Sacramento. But I think there's just an excitement overall just to have baseball in Sacramento. I mean, it's a big baseball area. High school, college ball is pretty big out here. Obviously, they have the River Cats, who back in the day when they were the A's AAA affiliate, I mean, they had a sellout streak going for years. I mean, it was a really big draw here. So there is an appetite for baseball in the city. And Oakland isn't too far away. There's a lot of A's fans here. I think there's a lot more Giants fans. They probably outnumber the A's fans here, but there is a pocket of A's fans here that are excited to see this team coming in here. And I think just based on how this team finished last year, I think there was some excitement going into this year that, hey, we can welcome this young team, a lot of good personalities on this team, and kind of embrace them as our own, and for the next 3 years, kind of develop a home atmosphere for them here. And so far 4 games in, it hasn't been a sellout every night, but there's been a good crowd, and they've been getting into it and trying to cheer the A's on. But they obviously don't have a win yet at home. They're still trying to check that one off the list.
Yeah, no doubt that this place has they have an appetite for baseball. I remember coming here when they were in the midst of that sellout streak when the River Cats were here. This team always drew very well. Martin Gallegos joins us here at MLB.com, and Martin, part of having making it comfortable here, I assume, at least from the player standpoint, was making the clubhouse in that area that they're going to spend a lot of time in as close to what they would have at a major league level, normally. It seems like the organization went out, they made some changes to the facility. What has the players kind of take been on the facilities and the accommodations that they normally get? How have they been able to reach that?
Yeah, I think they've been pleased with the amenities that they put the resources into to kind of upgrade here. The clubhouse, like you said, it's really nice. 2 stories. Everything in there is brand new. It's like new technology and stuff like that. They got a rehab center in there, a training center, a gym. On the 2nd floor, there's a nice food room with a balcony that kind of overlooks the park. And the clubhouse is a little smaller than the one they had in Oakland. They had the Raiders clubhouse in Oakland, which was huge. So this one's a little smaller than that, but it is brand new and it looks nice. Nice furniture in there and stuff. And they tried to make it as close to a major league vibe as possible. I mean, I think the big thing that's tough for them is obviously the clubhouses are in the outfield, and a lot of guys are used to going inside, during the inning, in between innings, and kind of looking back at film or going back in there and doing whatever they have to do. Now they don't really have that luxury. They got to kind of have the iPad on the bench. If they do go in between innings, it's going to be kind of tough to get back out by the time the next inning starts. So I think that's still an adjustment, and I think that's going to be probably the biggest thing to kind of overcome, is having the clubhouse out there. For as nice as it is, and as much work as they put into it, it's still in the outfield, and that's I don't think that's anything that any of these guys are really used to, unless they played in the minors. That was something that was there, but in the major leagues, it's not something that they've ever really experienced before. But overall, I think whether it's the dugouts, whether it's the bullpens, whether it's the lighting, the stadium, the new scoreboard, the backdrop, the player's eye, I think they're pleased with all of that in terms of what they did to try to get this place up to par and as close to major league standards as possible.
Martin Gallegos from MLB.com is our guest. Padres, of course, are in Sacramento taking on the Athletics. Martin covers the Athletics for MLB.com. I was struck. They showed some video on the Padre telecast last night of opening night, or the first week series, and the night they honored Ricky Henderson, and all the players wore number 24. And it got me thinking, the Athletics have one of the great baseball traditions. I mean, they've won a lot of World Series going all the way back to their days in Philadelphia. And, the Oakland Athletics had a lot of incredible seasons and dynasties and players and things like that. And it almost seems like they become a bit of a laughingstock to the rest of Major League Baseball the last few years. Where are things right now? Now that they've finally kind of, say they're going to get to Las Vegas and the whole thing, does it feel like they've at least turned the corner to maybe start going back up a little bit?
I think so. I think at the very least, there's a clarity. I mean, for the last 3 years, we were all kind of, whether it's players or coaches, they all had to kind of face questions about, what's going to happen in the next few years. Like the Vegas thing won't be open until 2028 at the very earliest. So what's going to happen? Because the Coliseum lease was coming to an end, and they were such in limbo. I mean, they were talking about potentially playing games in Utah, playing games in Vegas, playing games in San Francisco. I mean, there was so many, different, theories out there. And now, at the very least, they've signed this, agreement with Sacramento for the next 3 years. There's a little bit more stability in there, just knowing that they're going to be here for at least the next 3 years, and they could kind of at least have a stable home for the next 3 years. But I think a lot of that is, Mark Kotze has done a great job as the manager of this team, just kind of keeping the focus on the field for these guys. I know it's obviously a huge distraction. I mean, these guys are a lot of these guys are really young and just trying to make it in the big leagues. And on top of that, having to face, questions about where the team's going to play, the next few years. I know it was tough on all of them, but I think he did a really good job of kind of keeping the focus, on the day-to-day stuff. And I think now they're at a place where it's a little bit more stable. At least there's kind of a direction of, a map of what they're going to go through the next 3 years here in Sacramento. And then I guess hopefully in 2028, that Vegas ballpark is when they're scheduled to get that thing open.
Martin Gallegos joins us here, MLB.com. He covers the Athletics, and having a good conversation about these Athletics. You mentioned Kotz. I mean, he's done a good job in starting to change that culture there. They got some young guys. They got Butler. They've got Rooker signed up. Talk to me a little bit about Jacob Wilson, Jack Wilson's son. I couldn't help but watch this game yesterday and think, man, I feel like I'm looking at his dad reincarnated with the whole setup and the way they go about it. He just had his first couple of strikeouts of his career here a couple of days ago.
Yeah, no, he's been so fun to watch. And I mean, it's just crazy the kind of meteoric rise that he had. I mean, this guy was drafted in 2023, and then, just over a year from that day that he was drafted, gets to the big leagues, hit 400 throughout the minors. The strikeout totals were minuscule, and it's just the bat to ball skills are insane. Just watching him, it's so fun because he always finds a way to put the bat in the ball. And now he's got a little bit more pop too. He put on some muscle this offseason, and he started hitting some more homers. The exit velos were up. I mean, he's not going to be a slugger, but he's a guy that they feel like he can hit them 10 to 15 home runs, which if you could do that along with hitting 300 and the stuff that he could do at shortstop, that's a really good player. But yeah, I mean, he developed that approach with his dad. I mean, you talk to him a lot. I've talked to his dad a few times, and I mean, that's stuff that they worked on since he was a little kid. I mean, in his backyard, Jack Wilson had a whole setup, a whole infield setup, and some batting cages in their backyard, and they were just day to day just working together. And obviously, he played for his dad in high school, and when he went to college at Grand Canyon, his dad was on the coaching staff there as well. So I think he's like you said, he's kind of a carbon copy of his dad. A little taller, a little more athletic, a little longer limbs, but you kind of see if anybody watched Jack Wilson play, you kind of see the similarities there with Jacob, and it's been really cool to just kind of see their relationship develop, and now to watch his son get to the majors and having the success early on. It's just been really cool to see, and I know the A's are excited to have a guy of his caliber here, potentially for the long term at shortstop.
And we know that Lawrence Butler was signed to a big contract, maybe kind of as the face of the A's moving forward. But I look at Tyler Soderstrom. This guy is he's got I think it's 18 career home runs. He's hit 4 of them against the Padres, 2 last night. And he's tied for the major league lead right now. He's also from Northern California. He's from Turlock. So is there some, I mean, Soderstrom, he's a first round draft choice. Seems like another guy that they can build around there in the Bay Area until they get to Las Vegas.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, and he's a guy who, I mean, it took him, I mean, he was a high school guy, so it took him a little longer. And sometimes these guys come up and they don't see success right away and you kind of put them in the rear view, but power was always his calling card. I mean, since he was drafted out of high school, we always kind of heard about, this guy, the raw power is just through the roof, and he's just such an advanced hitter for his age. And I remember seeing him a couple of times in spring training. I mean, the A's always bring their first round picks to big league camp when they first get drafted. And, he was holding his own against guys who were big leaguers. I remember watching him in those Cactus League games, and he was getting some good contact against guys who had been pitching in the majors for a while. So you felt like at some point this kid is going to develop into a really good player. Through the minors, he hit at every level, but once he came up to the majors, it was kind of tough because he was a catcher at first, and he was trying to figure out if he's going to be a catcher or first baseman long term. They obviously have Shea Langoliers, who's kind of entrenched there as their catcher for the past couple of years. So he kind of went through that transition at first base while trying to figure out his swing at the major league level, and it was a little tough for him. He was up and down the first couple of years last year and 2023 as well. But this last year, last couple of weeks of last year was when he really started to kind of turn it on. It really wasn't that series when they went to Petco Park last year. As you mentioned, when he hit those 2 homers over there, he got hurt shortly after that. That kind of stunted his development a little bit. He came back for the final couple of weeks, hit really well, and then came into spring training feeling really good, feeling really encouraged about kind of the adjustments that he made. And he had kind of a slow spring, but obviously, I mean, we see now he's tied with Aaron Judge for the league lead in home runs. His OPS is close to 1,300, and I mean, yeah, this is a guy who we always heard about kind of the hitting ability that he had and just kind of waiting for that potential to show through. He's only 23 years old, so he's still super young. But now we're kind of starting to see what he has. And it's interesting because they have another first round pick last year, in Nick Kurtz, who is one of their top prospects, and he's already at AAA, and he got drafted last year, 4th overall. And it's going to be kind of interesting to see what they do there because they're both first basemen. But I mean, Tyler Soderstrom's definitely making sure that he's a part of this team's long-term future. And like you said, it's a local guy, so it's kind of cool for him to be 90 minutes away from his hometown of Turlock, and he's kind of a good piece to have here. And he came up with all these guys like Zach Geloff, Lawrence Butler, Max Muncy. All these guys played together in the minors. Now they're all getting a shot here at the big leagues.
It's got to be pretty cool, man, to be that close to home and shining the way that Soderstrom is. They got some pieces, no doubt about it. Martin, appreciate you coming on, spending some time with us, man. We'll catch you down the road.
Thanks, Martin.
Yep, sounds good, guys. Thanks for having me.
Martin Gallegos, MLB.com, joining us there. This A's team, this like I said, this is not the A's we have come accustomed to making fun of. These guys, they got some players. They got some players for sure.
I was trying not to make fun of them, and then I felt like my first 3 questions were kind of angled in that direction.
They were. I felt that too.
Right. So that kept me from asking my 4th question, which was going to be, what if John Fisher walked out to the pitcher's mound one night? What would the reception be? But
he does work for MLB.com. I think John Fisher might pay his bills. So
I don't know. I just, the ownership there has really been the thing everybody's complained about.
You think
so? But maybe it is taking a turn in the right direction. So that's
mean, listen, like we said this a while ago. If the other owners thought the same way about Mr. Fisher, he would be out. They don't.
No, they love him. They promoted him.
There you go. That is the first hour in the can. Little daily gambit coming up next. We're going to Chris.
How are we? Welcome you back to Gwynn and Chris. Chrisello, Tony Gwynn Jr.'s in Sacktown, where the Padres will play the Athletics again tonight, game 2 of the 3-game series. Dylan Cease will be on the mound. Padres will begin play atop the National League West with a record of 9-2. If you didn't hear earlier, the only other 2 times the Padres have been 9-2 in their history just so happened to be 1984 and 1998. The 2 years that they went to the World Series. We can hope that history repeats, but that's a ways down the road. First, we got to take care of business with the A's tonight. Tony will have the call along with Jesse Agler beginning at 7:05. Sam Levitt's pregame show follows our program at 6:05. Matt Scraby's alongside, and speaking of him, he's already angry with me. So I thought I would offer this olive branch.
Wow. Olive branching.
Here's an olive branch. If you would like to come see a Padres game
Wait.
from the Odyssey Suite, head to 973thefansd.com. Click on the contest page at the top, and you can sign up for the Scrabinator game.
That's right.
You'll get 1 ticket in the suite for the May 12th game, Padres against the Angels, May 12th at 6:40 p.m. That's 973thefansd.com. Click the contest page at the top, find the link, and sign up. You'll get to take in a game in the Odyssey Suite with Mr. Scraby.
And the fellow Scrabinators.
Should be quite
This time I secured a night game for everyone because some people couldn't
make the day
games.
game last time.
So,
So yeah, we got another one May 12th. Make sure you sign up. You get signed up. What happens after the sign up? Do you just go just go pick names at random or what?
Yes, pick names at random. So I use like a number generator, and I say there's 500 people that signed up. I do between 1 and 500. I hit the number, and then I go to that corresponding entry.
Really?
And then I contact that person. This. 1 ticket though this time because I got a little what is it? Free ticket happy? No, free ticket happy when I'm like giving everyone 2 tickets and then I'm out of tickets.
You get a ticket.
Yeah.
You get a ticket.
They're like, oh, hey, can I bring my wife or can I bring my husband? I'm like, yeah, sure. And then I'm realizing, oh, no, I promised all these other people tickets too. So 1 ticket this year.
You went to
win that guy.
You went a little Oprah on everybody last year. The freebie handouts.
Yes.
Padres get back home, by the way, on Friday night.
Tomorrow.
They'll take on the Colorado Rockies.
No, you're talking about when's the next game.
Next game. Thursday, they'll be home, or Wednesday night, actually. I imagine they'll be home. Rockies come in over the weekend. Friday night, Cocktail Fest, presented by Southwest Airlines. Live music, drink specials, starting at $5 in Gallagher Square from when the gates open until first pitch. And then next week, Monday through Wednesday. The Chicago Cubs.
Chicago,
yeah.
back in town.
Yeah, we're going to go run that back. So only in San Diego where it's a little warmer this time. And fans are going to have a chance to get their hands on the Aloha shirt, which Matt Scraby is going to somehow kind of display over there.
Are you good? Why don't you put it on, Scrape?
It won't fit.
It's a large?
It's an XL, but I will say that the giveaway shirts are usually too small, even if I get a double XL. So,
first 40,000 fans in attendance will receive our most floral shirt yet. Beautiful orange flowers, gold Padres logos. Shirts will be distributed first come, first serve. First pitch, 6:40 p.m. And that is Monday night's game. Is that right, Scrape? Monday night? It doesn't say here, actually.
Monday.
It really doesn't. It says the whole series. It doesn't say what night the shirt giveaway is, so I want to make sure I get it right. There are 5 fan-friendly sizes. There is youth, large, medium, large, XL, 2XL, and Scraby XL. While supplies last.
True. Hey, Don looks great in that commercial.
Don Orsillo doing
Yes,
a little modeling. Yes, I've seen that.
I wonder if he had a film crew with him out in the middle of the bay or wherever he was, or if
you think he did a selfie video?
Maybe
could have.
Tony's gonna have to ask for us.
Don's handy on those types of things.
I'm willing to say there's no shot he took a selfie of himself.
Really? You think there's someone that went out in the boat with him to film that?
I don't think he filmed that himself.
Oh.
I'd be surprised. No.
Okay. All right.
All right. Let's get to today's Daily Gambit action.
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is immortal luck.
Washington! Woohoo! If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in The Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
Daily Gambit is our daily sports betting segment here on Gwynn and Chris. Please, everybody, gamble responsibly. Now, we have a winner of our March Madness pool this year. Congratulations to Eric Olson, who won the top spot. And
nice work, Eric.
Yes, so they picked Florida to win, but they had a pretty dominating score, I gotta say. Their score was like 200 points higher than the second place. I came in 13th, I believe.
I think I was 15th. I was right behind you. We both picked Florida to win, you and I, but we didn't get the rest of it.
Tony, who did you pick? I forget.
I think he picked Duke.
Oh, okay.
Not a bad pick.
Oh, not a bad pick. Yeah, I got. I'm ranked 3.1 million among all.
I know,
the
isn't that funny? Makes you feel kind of small and insignificant, doesn't it?
Actually, it makes me feel good because I'm always like the bottom because I stink.
Bro, there's a million people better. Why do you feel better about that?
Yeah,
because last year I was probably ranked like 14 millionth. Anyway,
you really cut it down.
It's been a contentious day on the show. Yes. Florida, Houston. Florida was a 1-point favorite. I actually can't remember what Tony said, but I think he said Houston.
I said Houston.
All right. Chris and I went Florida, and Tony went Houston, and it was a 2-point win for Florida. So Florida covers. Total score over under 140.5. Chris said under. Tony and I said over. It was under. 65 to 63 is 128. Now here's a bet that I think everyone got wrong. Walter Clayton Jr. over under 21.5 points. We all went over. He had 11 points. I don't even know if he had a field goal late into the game.
He didn't. He got all 3 of his baskets in the last 7 or 8 minutes.
All right.
Houston did a great job. They did everything but win the game. They really did.
Padres and A's over under 8.5 runs last night in their game. Chris and Tony said under. I said over. Thank you for Toddy's home run because that put it over 5-4-9.
Yeah.
Who had more strikeouts? Mackenzie Gore against the Dodgers or Michael King against the A's? We all went with Michael King.
That's not right, by the way.
What?
Ty's homer made it 5-3.
Soderstrom's second home run.
Second home run.
How many? Am I missing out on this Soderstrom guy? Chris has mentioned him about 4,000 times on the show.
That's because he played well against the Padres the last couple
I'm
of times.
genuinely asking. Is he a better player than I'm giving him credit for?
Evidently, he's got 6 home runs. He's got 2 last night. He hit 2 against the Padres last year. I think he's warrants a little attention.
All right. Well, thanks for calling me out, Tony, as well.
I'm sorry.
No, you should have. You should.
Right.
You're right, though. You're right. It wasn't Toddy's home run. It just helped to get there. Mackenzie Gore versus the Dodgers or Michael King at the A's. We all went King. Mackenzie Gore had 7 strikeouts against the Dodgers. Michael King only had 2 against the A's. Giants.
Mackenzie's looked really good his first couple starts.
Yeah. Struck out, I think, 13 opening day or something like that.
He's looked good. James Wood hit a home run last night as well, just to make the Soto people, trade people unhappy.
Yeah, it's also the headline on MLB.com was Ohtani a double away from the cycle. Dodgers lose. Instead of Mackenzie Gore strikes out 7, James Wood hits a home run. Dodgers lose.
I mean, this is very simple.
He doesn't like it though, Tony. No
marketing tactic.
Very simple marketing here.
I'm well aware.
Can't
I see right through it.
It doesn't seem like you're well aware.
I see right. I see right through it.
Seems like you're the opposite of aware.
I see right through it.
Seem quite angry,
and then I talk about
the whole
it.
Thing.
Giants -1.5 on the run line against the Reds last night. Chris went Giants. Tony and I went Reds. Reds won 1-0.
2-0.
Really?
Tremendous.
Wait, no.
Might as well get it right. Tremendous performance by Hunter Green and by Logan.
Was it really 2-0?
Logan Webb. Yeah, they both pitched incredible. I think the Reds scored in the 8th inning to win the game.
Misinformation.
There it is.
There it is.
I could have sworn I saw 1-0 because I looked at Hunter Green and he had the I don't know what the heck I saw.
Yeah, I don't know what you saw either.
This is probably one of the worst days I've had in a while.
It sounds like you need to get some sleep because I think you said you ain't got no sleep.
Yeah, I mean,
last night was tough.
We got 3 hours to go. I don't think you're going to make it.
Last night was tough. I did one of those things where it was like you fall asleep for 30 minutes and you stare at the ceiling for 4 hours.
Why don't you go lay out there? We'll bring Sammy in or something. Yeah, you're struggling.
Oh,
I hate to see this.
Dan, you want to come around the board?
I hate to see this.
Cade Cunningham. Who scored more? Cade Cunningham or Tyler Hero?
I don't know, Scrape. Who scored more, buddy?
I'm a little nervous. I don't know either. Chris and I took Chuck Cunningham. Tony took Hero. Cunningham had 35. Hero had 20.
Right. You got that right. To add it all up, Scraby, you won last night despite your
I've been pretty good lately.
You were 4-3. I was 3-4. Tony Gwynn Jr., surprising for him, lost 6-7. Tony's always very good at this. We'll see how he does tonight. After we check some traffic, we'll take a look at some of the games coming up and give you a little more Gwynn and Chris. Keep it right there.
Gambling problem? Call 1.
again. Is it my turn? It is my turn. 3:17 on the clock. Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Ello, Matt Scraby. Finishing up our daily gambit segment. We actually have to get our bets, and so I will hand it off to Mr. Grisello.
All right. Thank you, Tony Gwynn Jr. I thought we'd start with this one tonight because I did want to discuss it with you briefly because I haven't had a chance to. Oklahoma City Thunder, 9-point favorites over the Lakers tonight. Game is in OKC. I wanted to bring this up because on Sunday, the Lakers smashed OKC on the road, Tony. I know. I want to give you a chance to puff your chest out a little bit.
He's puffing it.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, no, they put it on. They put it on those boys.
Yeah.
SGA, CGA, Lakers in 5.
Listen to it.
I would love for them to go out, and I don't even necessarily need them to win tonight. I just needed them to keep it close so that the Thunder stay on notice. Like that wasn't just because on the flip side, the Lakers hit 15 threes in the first half, and I think they hit 22 or 23 for the night. So
that can help.
It was a great shooting night. So I would just like for them to come in and have a good game against them in back-to-back, because then Oklahoma City knows it's real. But they may elect to sit some guys because they have a back-to-back, and on the second end of that back-to-back is the Dallas Mavericks. And I'm sure Luka wants to go to Dallas.
Tomorrow night is Luka's return, huh?
Tomorrow night and have a night. So I don't know. I just want to keep this one close.
Well, are you going to bet that it'll be close?
Yes, I will. Points? I will take the 9.
All right. Scrape, what do you want to do? Want to just laugh in Tony's face?
No. I believe in the Lakers.
You
for
do?
some reason.
Why?
Why?
What'd you do? Lakers. Oh, sorry. I didn't know. Believe in Lakers. I thought you were just discussing it.
I put it on the sheet, but you didn't know.
I'll take OKC. Cleveland minus 15 over doubles. Cleveland is the runaway in the East without Donovan Mitchell tonight. Still a 15-point favorite over the Bulls have actually won 12 of their last 16. Not that anybody's noticing other than myself. Scravy, who do you like here? 15.
15 is a lot of points.
That's a lot for an NBA game.
The Bulls aren't that bad either. I'm going to go Bulls.
Bulls. I got to go Bulls. Bulls are 20-19 on the road. That's strange, but true.
It's just one game over 500.
It's over 500, Tony. Come on. They're
stunning revelation.
It's a stunning revelation for them.
That's true. I'll take the Bulls as well.
All right. Giannis minus 3 points or Ant-Man. Tonight, Milwaukee plays Minnesota. You take Giannis or you take Ant plus 3. It seems like the T-Wolves have been playing very well of late.
I'm going to take Ant plus 3.
Ant plus 3 for you. I'll go Ant plus 3.
I'll be a contrarian.
You may. Giannis minus 3 for you. There it is. Little baseball. Good matchup tonight in Hotlanta. Phillies 1.5 runs over the Braves.
Is what's name making his debut today? Spencer?
No, Chris Sale is pitching against Zach Wheeler. Very good matchup.
Oh, wow.
But how long can the Braves be? What are they, 1-8? 1-8, yeah. Phillies are 7-2. I'll take Atlanta. Why
That's
not?
a tough start to the year.
That is, but Atlanta's got to start waking up. I'll take them tonight. Scraby?
I'm going to go Zach Wheeler.
Phillies? Tony?
I'm going to go Zach Wheeler and the Phils.
The Phils. Padres A's tonight. The over-under's 8 runs. Tony's first on this one. 8 runs tonight. Last night it was 8.5. They ended up scoring 9.
Not because of Fernando's Tatis.
No, under.
Under tonight, he says. I'll go over. I feel like the bandbox will happen again tonight. There was, 4 home runs last night. Maybe tonight there'll be some guys on. Scraby?
Dylan Cease has a no-hitter through 7.
Wow.
No, I'm just kidding.
Well, he might.
I mean, I would love to.
Okay.
I'm going to go over, though.
Over. This one is yours, Scraby, and yours alone. Paul Skeens, over under 7.5 strikeouts tonight against the Cardinals. Scrape, 7.5 for Skeens.
I'm going to have to say over.
Wow, you're starting to just join the club now. If you can't beat him, join him.
No. I've always said I like Paul Skeens, the baseball player. Hate the media coverage.
You hated on him.
You root against 2 players in Major League Baseball, Paul Skeens and Shohei. You just do. It's in your nature. It's in your blood.
And
Facts.
Zion, even
And
though
Zion,
he's not
in baseball.
No, I know.
Baseball. All right, you're going over though.
I did appreciate his pajama photo shoot that he did the other day. You guys see that?
Paul Skeens?
I did.
I got to believe that Paul Skeens' wife is dragging him to these things, or not his wife, his girlfriend. He can't want to do that. Like, he doesn't look like the kind of guy that's,
No, he looks miserable in these pictures.
He definitely did.
Mr. Skeens, do your best to put a happy face on.
You gotta trick him a little bit better, Mr. Skeens.
Cardinals are 0-4 on the road, so I'll take Skeens to go over as well. Tony? 7.5 strikeouts. Skeens over?
Over.
I like that. All right, that's our
that's it.
Our wagers for tonight. It gives us a moment before Tony goes. I want to ask him about the stunning story in the NBA today.
Yeah, what is with this?
Wow. Tell me about it.
You know, if you didn't hear this, I just heard a little bit ago. It's totally oh, wait, I just found Kobe White's not playing tonight against the Cavs. Does anybody want to change their pick?
Yeah, put the Cavs back up.
You're going with the
15
Cavs for you. I'll stick with the Bulls, but Kobe White has been really, really good of late. No, but the big story is Denver Nuggets, who won the NBA title like 18 months ago and have the best player in the league, and they're third or fourth place in the West. They fired their coach, Mike Malone, today with 4 games left in the season. I don't get it at all.
This is the kind of thing that happens when certain ownerships are getting involved, because it wasn't just him. The GM was also fired.
That's right.
Too.
Yeah, everybody.
Who in their right mind does this with 4 games remaining?
It just makes
a season. Yeah. It makes no sense at all.
None. The Nuggets have lost 4 in a row, but one of their stars, Jamal Murray, has missed all of those games with an injury. So that's part of the reason. Denver is certainly a candidate to come out of the West. You know, they're right there.
This seems like an irrational.
Just who knows? I mean, the only thing I can honestly think of is something we're not going to find out about. You know, like Michael Malone went into an office and told an owner to, something he shouldn't have said.
Yeah, 100%.
Or something was happening, in a kind of a tawdry manner that we don't know about.
He would have had to pull the move on the owner that the manager for the Cleveland Indians in Major League, when Roger Dorn handed him the contract and told him he didn't have to do any calisthenics.
Yeah.
He would have had to do what the manager did in order to get the kind of firing like this.
I mean,
otherwise it doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense. And if you want to hear one of the biggest lies ever told in a quote, Josh Kroenke, vice chairman of the Kroenke Sports and Entertainment, who is the guy now runs the Nuggets, quote,
he seems like he knows a lot about sports, by the way.
Yeah, he said, this decision was not made lightly. It was evaluated very carefully. And listen to this, Tony. We only do it with the intention of giving our team the best chance of competing for the 2025 NBA championship.
AI wrote this.
I mean, are you serious?
AI had to have written that.
You really think we're going to believe that you did this with the idea of giving your team the best chance to win the title?
Here's the other thing. That is outrageous about this. It is literally the one coach that your best player has ever known.
Yeah, Jokic loves this guy, or at least plays for him.
This just stinks.
It does.
I mean, he literally won a title 18 months ago.
Yeah.
And he's a 3rd or 4th seed this year, and you are firing him.
I don't get it. I really don't get it, but there's something happening here. And somebody in Denver has to uncover what really happened here, because this can't just ownerships can be stupid, and especially those in Denver, apparently. But I can't believe they're being that stupid to make this move unless something happened that we just, we can't.
I read
picture. What do you got?
I
What
read
did you read, buddy?
that he's gosh, I almost called him Budenholzer. What's his name? Mike Malone.
Michael Malone.
Yeah. I read that he's going to take over for Popovich in San Antonio.
Oh, so they fired him to let him do that?
I didn't say I didn't say I believed anything. This is what I'm reading: is that he is going to San Antonio to be the head coach.
He very well may end up at San Antonio, but he is not asking to get fired from that job to go to San Antonio when he doesn't even know if Pop is actually going to retire. Now he may very well end up there. I'm just saying that seems like a way to let Denver off the hook there. That kind of excuse, right?
The guy's 150 games over 500 in his career.
Now, if you want me to extrapolate this rumor, I could say that
no, I don't want you to extrapolate.
He went in and talked to management, and he was like, "Guys, I really want to coach the Spurs next year." And they're like, "No, you are under contract. You are staying here." No, I want to coach the Spurs.
Wait, so you're telling me he'd rather coach Wemby than Jokic? Does that make sense to you? I'm going to leave this dude here to go work with the guy there.
I'm really having a hard time finding a way to answer that.
You're not going to be able to.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
You're not going to be able to. If you need an answer to that question, call Josh Kroenke. I'm sure he'll have something for you.
Jose said it's like when Mike Schilt got fired from the Cardinals. That was as surprising.
Not 4 days before the end of the season.
No, that is
true. Ridiculous.
And they're going to the playoffs. Oh, you're right. You're right.
This literally is like, we're trying to create good vibes right before the playoffs. So we fired our head coach.
Yeah.
Guess what, guys? We fired him. We're going to the NBA Finals.
That's what they did. Yeah. Shocking story for sure. All right. We'll take a break. Tony will take the break for us.
Let's go to break. More Gwynn and Chris on the other side.
Oh, Chris's Fantabulous Sports Game Show, everybody. Stay right there.
Ben and
Yes.
Wait a couple hours for today's Fantabulous Sports Game Show. With that changing to 5:30, we take the Scraby segment.
Yes.
Which I was very nice to just award to Mr. Scraby last week. And, he gets to take over the show for one segment. It's usually at the end of the program. But today we're going to do it in the see what the 3:30 listeners think of it, Scrabe. So
the 3:30 listeners.
Yeah, that's who's listening right now. The 3:30 listeners are listening right now. It's 3:37.
Thank you. I am not.
You're not with it at all.
I am not. Like I'm in a different place. I'm not even sure I should probably drive home.
Be careful. Be careful.
I promise you, I've had nothing to drink.
Would you like me to call you an Uber or a Lyft?
No, because it will cost too much money. I'll just walk.
My goodness.
I don't know what's happening today. I really don't.
Well, then that should make this next segment
even
more
better,
interesting than we think. So,
all right,
let's turn it over to you or turn it over to traffic.
We'll do traffic
first. From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danek.
Traffic is sponsored by Hamul Casino. After a pretty good start on our roads, we're seeing some of that usual slowing in the usual spots, but at least no incidents or accidents getting in the way at this time. Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego with the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, where you can play your heart out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. Opening this summer, Hamul Casino Resort, the player's place. Learn more at hamulcasino.com. I'm Kelly Danek with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
I also have a daily gripe, Chris. So
I can probably come up with one.
You got one? Okay. Everybody's always got a gripe.
I got a gripe. Yeah, sure.
Everybody's always got a gripe.
Sure.
We're going to start with something that happened with a New York Yankee. And it is Cody Bellinger.
Okay.
He was scratched today against the Tigers. Do you see this, Chris?
I did not. I saw the Yankees lost to the Tigers 5-0. Tarek Skubal pitched a nice game for the Motown Bengals.
The Motown Bengals.
Yes.
So Cody Bellinger was scratched. And the reason, Aaron Boone says, food poisoning.
Okay.
And the reason I'm bringing this up is because of what they blamed for the food poisoning, which furthers my I hate this food item and I can't look at it.
Oh.
Do you know what it is?
No. I just is there a certain food item that you just kind of turns your stomach?
You actually ate them last Thursday.
All right.
Round Table Pizza.
Well, that's not fair to say to our friends at Round Table Pizza.
No, I'm not saying I'm just saying I don't eat wings.
You don't like wings. Okay.
Wings is what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah. Well, let's be honest. The Round Table wings, by the way.
You chopped down.
The pizza are great. The wings are really, really good.
Yes. I saw Chris going to town.
Yeah, I went to town on those last week. But so it wasn't Round Table wings he got stomach poisoning from.
No. Gosh, no.
Right.
No.
It was another. Okay, let's be clear about that.
Yes, that's a good idea. We should be clear about that.
Okay.
But no, it has nothing about Round Table Wings. They don't think it happened in Detroit either. They think it happened when they were flying from Pittsburgh to Detroit. So
airplane wings are something you got to keep an eye on.
I would assume, well, maybe it's a private plane. So I guess, you could maybe get wings on the plane.
I should knock wood here or knock whatever this table's made out of. I don't believe I've ever had food poisoning, ever. I just don't know why I've been lucky. And now that I said it, I'll probably get it tomorrow. But
knock on wood.
That's what I'm knocking on. I've never had. Have you? Like where you're throwing up, and it's that bad.
Yeah, when I lived in San Francisco, we ate some pretty questionable street food.
Oh well, all right.
Yeah, and late at night street food. Anyway, this happened.
Can you get food poisoning from like tofu?
Yeah, you can get food poisoning
from anything, right? Okay.
Yeah, as long as there's bacteria on it. It's not great either. I mean, it doesn't feel like the flu. It feels like you're dying for a second.
Well, that's
pretty crazy.
Not great.
All right, so I'm going to put up some plays on our video, Chris, because I got a bunch of different plays that I found from over the weekend.
Okay.
Now, when someone says you're laying out for a catch on Sunday between the Mariners and the Giants.
Yeah. Victor Robles.
Yeah. Dives into foul territory down the right field line. Goes straight into the net and face plants.
He is Did you see the announcement today? He's
Yeah,
out
he's
for
out for
12 weeks.
Yeah, after doing this, right?
It's an unbelievable catch. It's one of the best catches you'll ever see down the right field foul line, and then he just completely collapses on the field after this play.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's
I
crazy.
imagine the Seattle Mariners wish he didn't make this play now.
He made the catch.
I know, but it was one out, and it's going to cost them 12 weeks
It
of
is
their
gonna
right
cost
fielder.
them 12 weeks.
That's a great play he made.
But I guess when you have a right fielder, you want them to make that play. I wouldn't want to see Fernando doing this though.
No, that's what I just said. If Fernando was going for that ball, and look, the Padres play in San Francisco, right?
Yes.
At least twice this year. What it is, it's a very small. If you don't see it on the YouTube, if you're just listening, there's this very short fence there down the right field line.
Very short, like thigh high.
And then above that is netting. So he dove over the short fence, but he got tangled up in the netting as he was making the catch.
Yep.
And you can just see after he brings the ball back onto the field, he just kind of collapses.
He does.
And what was the I didn't see the injury.
I think it was wrist
injury.
Let me just make
yeah,
sure
it's
of that.
12 weeks. And so you're right. If I'm the Padres, when I go to San Francisco, I tell Fernando, you are to go nowhere near that area of the field.
I'm sorry. Another wrong thing I've done today. Fracture in shoulder.
Yeah, well, it's because he got hooked it up in the net.
He did.
Like it was in the netting, and he just got all discombobulated there.
He did.
So, yeah, Fernando, I don't care. Ball drops, you're not running into that netting.
Yeah, do not do that.
No.
Shoulder. I had shoulder surgery last year. Can't imagine a shoulder fracture. Seems really
rather
difficult.
not experience it myself.
All right, so Sunday night baseball, Cards and Red Sox had to play a doubleheader. This is the second of the doubleheader. This is in the top of the third inning, and Wilson. Is it William or Wilson?
Wilson's with the Cardinals.
Okay, Wilson Contreras at the plate. Wilyer Abreu, who won the AL
Player of the Week.
No. Last year he won the Gold Glove for right field.
Sorry.
Here is him throwing out someone at third, and this is like a perfect throw.
One of the great throws.
Great throw. Very slow grounder through the infield.
Yeah.
To third base.
Strikes him right there. Like, I don't know that you could have a better throw than that. He led the guy's glove into the tag.
Well, I'm going to give it the announcer just said elite. It was a great throw. And you're right. It was right on the money. Nootbaar got cut down running it. But I'm gonna take a little away from him.
Okay.
It was such a slowly hit ball that by the time he feels it, he's only about 15 feet on the outfield grass.
Yes.
So the throw is not that much of a distance. I would like you and anyone who has a moment tonight to go back to a video from the 1971 World Series. I know this is crazy. You don't like when I do this. Roberto Clemente got to a ball against Baltimore in the World Series that was against the right field fence, spun around, and threw home on the fly.
Really?
From the fence. Right.
I have seen this.
Yeah, right to the catcher who's standing on home plate. He goes, "Thank you." Those throws blow me away. This was a great throw.
It was.
But he was right behind the outfield dirt by the time he charged the ball. He didn't have to throw the same distance. But it was a hell of a play. No doubt.
It was. Now we're moving to the Pirates and the Yankees from the other day. These next two are going to be terrible efforts in the outfield.
Okay.
Chris. Just awful efforts in the
All
outfield.
right.
This one, O'Neal Cruz is the guy who's going to give a terrible effort. The center fielder.
Why do I feel like when I watch this guy play that he's capable of a bad effort at any moment?
Well, he is. He's also really great.
Yes, he's
at the same time.
He's one of these guys that is so skilled that I don't believe he thinks he needs to try hard.
I get it. And here is the play. So Austin Wells is up to bat. It's the top of the fourth inning. Pirates up 2-1.
Okay.
A little blooper that goes right by him. He doesn't even look like he's trying, Chris. Austin Wells gets a triple on this. It was
a stand-up triple.
A stand-up triple. It was a flare into center field. He wasn't going to catch it, but he was definitely there to stop the ball from going into the out or going to the fence.
Let's put it this way: he would have stopped it if he tried.
Yeah,
he didn't try. He just
here it is again.
He looks like a beer league guy. You know,
look at that.
Like
yeah, that's too bad.
He looks like a beer league guy on a Tuesday night who just really could care less whether he gets it or not, and he didn't get it.
You can't tell me that your teammates aren't angry with that effort.
You don't like when I do this, but again, Billy Martin, Earl Weaver, Tommy Lasorda, they yank that guy out of the game during the inning.
I'm fine with that. I really am.
You know, Billy Martin did that one time to Reggie Jackson in a game at Fenway Park.
That's gutsy.
During the inning.
That is gutsy.
He sent, and I don't remember the backup outfielder for the poor Yankees. He sent Reggie Jackson, he sent a backup to right field during the inning to replace him. Imagine being the guy that has to run out there from the dugout at Fenway Park and tell Reggie, Billy would like to take you out of the game right now. Reggie comes running into the dugout.
I can't even imagine.
And they just start throwing punches. There's a fight. Billy Martin and Reggie Jackson, they're just throwing haymakers in the dugout.
Wow.
Yogi Berra, everybody's in there trying to separate them.
That's crazy.
Those were the days, Scrape. Those were the days.
I can't even imagine. I can't even.
I love that.
I've heard many stories about Reggie Jackson being not the nicest person in the world.
Me too, but he has every right to be angry that a manager upstaged him like that to take him out during an inning.
That is pretty
during
wild.
an inning.
That is pretty wild.
I'm sure there's video of it. If you YouTube Reggie Jackson, Billy Martin fight, you can find it.
All right, here's another terrible. Well, I don't know if this is more
This
of a
isn't as bad.
terrible effort or just he's not a center fielder. But Andy Pajes on Saturday got tied.
He's starting to take some
up.
criticism.
The Dodgers are up 7-6 in this clip. Bottom of the 7th inning, Bryce Harper at the plate, and here it is.
Yeah, Andy Pajes turns to his left, turns to his right, turns to his left, turns to his right, and then watches the ball fall down. Yeah, it was. He missed it by about 10 feet.
And the Dodgers fans are very angry that Andy Pajes is still playing center field. I don't know if that's a bad effort or if he's just not a good center fielder.
I think he just got confused. We've talked about this before, and Tony's not here right now to discuss it, but line drives right at you are easily the hardest ones to play. You can't judge the depth.
New ballpark too.
And he's on the road. He doesn't know the ballpark. And that ball knuckled out there. So he thought it was over his left shoulder. It ended up landing 10 feet over his right shoulder.
So we're saying this is not so much a bad effort.
I don't believe that was an effort. That was not an effort. That was a ability.
It was ability.
Yeah,
okay,
just didn't have the ability to make that play. I saw Pajes was not in the lineup last night. Dodger fans were celebrating. He is back in there tonight. So,
yeah,
short-lived trip to the bench.
Everybody is going to freak out when another fly ball goes out to him.
Yeah.
All right, here's one final. This is a great play, Chris. Did you see the Red Sox catch to start the game last night?
Against no.
I think this is the first pitch of the game. Bo Bichette up to bat, and the center field
at Fenway Park.
One of the most incredible catches.
And first pitch swinging, Bichette
all the way
hits
out
it
to
a
right
long
field.
way. Right center field.
Kind of lays out, gives his body up for this. There's another angle of this somewhere. I'm not going to have it on this one. But
at Fenway Park,
sliding into the wall, slams his face into the wall in the cold.
Center field,
that's pretty good stuff, Chris. You're not a fan of that?
I was trying to hear who it was.
Fenway Park.
The guy. I was just trying to hear Dan Shulman's call. That's a great catch. Laying out on the warning track like that. Beautiful play.
Beautiful.
Very good. Some web gems. Scraby's web gems today.
I think I might start doing this a little bit more.
Well, you're running out of time to get your daily gripe in, and I know people want to hear that.
Okay, why don't you get your daily gripe first?
I have a simple daily gripe. I've been holding on to it for a couple days.
Hold on.
What's annoying Scraby today? Let's find out.
Yeah,
it's time for the Daily Gripe.
This is simple. It happens in two places. One, when you're getting gas, you're at a gas station because, we have to get out of our car now and pump our own gas, right?
So it happens for a long time.
It also, I know, you're right. It's still not that way in New Jersey, though, I don't believe.
New Jersey? Oh,
I think in New Jersey.
Last time I was in Massachusetts, it's the same way.
Yeah, New Jersey, I don't believe you can pump your own gas. Anyway, when you're out getting your gas, also now at the Soapy Joe's, you're out, drying up your car and tidying it up after you go through the car wash.
Yes.
It's the guy who pulls up next to you and opens up his car and blares his own music for everybody in the gas station or Soapy Joe's to hear.
Yep.
As if we all want to hear your stupid music while we're cleaning up our cars.
I'm with you 100%.
You people please realize and respect the fact that there's other people there that are getting gas in their car or, tidying up their car wash car who don't want to hear your music blaring at 10 while you dry your car.
I
or
get
whatever.
it. No, I'm
and
with
there's
you.
a lot of people who do this, Scraby. I am always tempted, but I don't have it with me anymore because there's no CD player in my car. I'm always tempted to get a Barry Manilow CD and blare that right back at the guy.
I really wish you would. I really wish you would.
If I have to listen to that, you have to listen to this. That's my gripe on that one.
That is a pretty good
Well,
one.
it's just people who don't care about other people, and I don't. That's in general something I hate.
I'm with you. We have this thing now. It's like I can do whatever I want because I can.
No, you can't.
Why don't you live in society a little bit?
Try to mix in with the rest of the crowd a little. We don't want to hear your music. When you're in your car driving down the street, turn it up to your heart's content.
What about a stoplight?
I'll give you that, even though that's a tad annoying when the windows are down. But
when my windows are shaking?
Yeah, I know, but that's at least in your car. But once you're in the gas station, turn your music off while the gas is filling up. I don't want to hear it.
I agree. You're not supposed to have your car battery on at all when you're filling up at a gas station.
Gee, tell that to the two cars that as I was driving down to golf this morning on the 15 South, that must have both been going 150 miles an hour in and out of traffic on the freeway.
All right, here's my daily gripe, Chris.
Where is the police? How do these people, what are these people thinking when they're doing that?
I don't know.
Do they think there's anything wrong with it at all?
No, I saw someone today doing that, and then it was, I pretty much ended up right behind them.
Oh, man.
My daily gripe is something. Go back to your stream, Chris, because I was following this car the other day.
Oh, there's video of your daily gripe.
No, it's a picture.
Okay.
But my daily gripe is this guy. Like, what is this?
And why are you stuck behind it? If one of those straps break, all that with this guy's entire furniture in his entire life is in the back of this truck.
It's about, I would say,
there's
20
a box
feet
spring.
tall.
There's a box spring there. There's a couch there. There's a refrigerator back there, I think.
I mean, they have everything in there.
In one truckload, and it's all strapped in with some very thin orange wrapping.
Yeah.
If one of those straps breaks, you might die driving behind that car with all that stuff falling on you.
I realized this, and when I got behind the guy, I'm like, what is this guy doing?
Yeah.
What is this guy doing? And someone's saying you shouldn't be taking pictures while you're driving.
And you shouldn't be because you say you're a rule follower.
You caught me.
All right,
but I had to for the sanctity of daily gripe.
You're making a sacrifice for the good of the show.
Guess what, Chris?
What?
We have the lineup.
All right, Padre lineup. When we come back, we'll let you know if Jackson Merrill's in it. We'll also play Chris versus the fans, 833-288-0973 if you want some trivia and a chance to go to Vegas. And welcome back into the 4 o'clock hour here. Chris Ella, Tony Gwynn Jr. from Sacramento, where the Padres will take on the Athletics tonight. Tony will be back with us here in the bottom of the hour. And he'll also join us later for our Fantabulous Sports Game Show. Matt Scraby's alongside here in the Odyssey Palo Studios. And no, I don't see Sam Levitt.
I saw him walk by.
Outside the studio getting ready for the Padre pregame show.
Oh, I did see him
You
walk
did
by.
see him parade by earlier? All right. He'll have the pregame at 6:05. And during that pregame show, he will give you today's lineup, which, alas, will not include Jackson Merrill once again. Yeah, second day in a row that Jackson will be sitting it out with the soreness in the legs. Scraby, go ahead and pass along today's lineup if you have it there. Do you want me to do it?
I do have it.
All right.
Fernando.
Yep.
Luis Ariz, Manny Machado, Xander Bogaerts.
Yeah.
Yuli Gurriel playing first base.
Well, you got a
today.
lefty on the mound.
I
so-
know.
Mhm.
Jake Cronenworth, Jose Iglesias. He is playing left field.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Brandon Lockridge, center field,
Mhm.
and Martin Maldonado.
Well, look, there's a couple of things. First, Maldonado needs to be in there catching tonight because Elias Diaz not swinging it too well. He started the last, I believe, 3 games, Diaz.
Oh, by the way, I looked up on
And
Padres.
hitless in the last 2.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
I looked up on the Padres pronunciation.
Pronunciation of Elias Diaz?
Guide. It is Elias. Or no, it's Elias. It's Elias.
Elias or Elias? You sure? Because and I'm telling you, Baseball Reference, it's 2 E's. Elias. Anyway,
I'll go back to the drawing board.
Go back to the drawing board. We'll get it figured out one of these days. You mentioned Jose Iglesias is in left field. Why? Because Brandon Lockridge is in center.
Yeah.
And the Padres don't have another right-handed hitting outfielder. A guy could play the outfield. Your only other choice with Lockridge in center replacing Jackson Merrill would be Jason Hayward. And that would be lefty on lefty. And they'd just rather go with Iglesias in left field. Hayward did have a hit last night, by the way, for those following the potential demise of Jason Hayward. He was 1 for 4. Gurriel batted once, and he was 0 for 1 last night. This is a chance for him tonight. He's in the number 5 spot. You know, he's 1 for 14, and he hasn't made any solid contact yet.
Yeah.
So, Yuli Gurriel, I'm not warning you. I'm probably telling you something you already know, which is tonight would be a good night to produce some things if you want to, because there's guys there that they will bring up. We already talked about it. By the way, not only did Fernando hit the Scud missile for a home run last night.
I like that.
How about first pitch of the game? He almost took out of the ballpark as well.
You're right.
Yeah.
He's on fire right now.
The other guy who's on fire right now a little bit is the guy who started the season 0 for 16.
Yes, Luis Ariz.
Yes, he's 13 for his last 27.
It's pretty good.
Well, that's not surprising because we know what he can do. All right, there's your Padre lineup. Now let's play some Chris versus the fans.
If you had one shot, one opportunity to take down the human almanac himself,
howdy do.
Now is your time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know what you're in for.
Chris versus the fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, you are going to be playing for a qualification for our grand prize. 2 tickets to either Disturbed, Ghost, or Pantera in Las Vegas, plus a 2-night stay at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas, and a $150 gift card. Get tickets for all 3 shows now at Ticketmaster.com. Driving into work today, Chris, I listened to a little bit of Pantera, and I listened to a little bit of Disturbed.
Really? Both of them?
I'm going with Pantera. That's my final answer. I don't really know enough about Ghost to say, so I don't know. I don't know their music, so I wouldn't pick them just because of that.
Right. You're a Pantera guy. By the way, you were just showing some great catches there.
Yep.
In the last segment.
Oh, there's a great one in the Marlins game.
Derek Hill today, the Marlins center fielder, made quite a nice one with the bases loaded, no doubt, against the Mets.
That was really nice.
Beauty.
You'll
see it later. Gem. You'll see it later, I'm sure, on the highlight packages.
All right, the rules. You have to make it through 3 questions. Each question will get more difficult. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get the question wrong and Chris gets it right, you're eliminated. But if Chris gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question or you win. If you're a first-time player, let us know before you get into it, and you'll get that question for free today. Let's go to our first contestant, Danny. Hello, Danny.
Hello.
How you guys doing?
Very good, Danny. Very good. How are you?
Good. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome.
Here we go. Question number 1.
Okay.
Who currently holds the most saves on the Padres?
Oh, saves on the Padres.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, that's tricky. Danny.
Robert Suarez.
Trying to get to that second question.
Yeah,
Chris.
I think Danny was like, really?
Am I missing something?
Yeah, am I missing something here?
That was a trick question.
No kidding.
No trick question.
All right, Robert Suarez it was.
All right, I got some trick questions in here. If Danny doesn't know this, I'm banking Chris doesn't remember this person's name. But who is Paul Skeens' famous girlfriend?
Livy Dunn.
Livy Dunn is correct.
She's on it. Very good.
Nice job. All right, here we go,
I'm
Danny.
about 50-50 to have gotten that, by the way, if you're wondering.
But you know that she's
I know she's a gymnast at
Yeah.
LSU, yes.
Okay.
There's no statue of her yet on campus.
Oh, yeah?
Since I was on campus, a
You
couple
were
of weeks
looking
ago,
for the Livy
I was
Dunn
looking for the Livy
statue.
Dunn statue. I did not see it. Yeah,
Man,
no.
okay.
Yeah.
Here we go, Danny. Question number 3. You get this right or Chris gets it wrong, and you are qualified for Las Vegas.
Yeah, good job.
Here's one of those trick questions.
Okay.
Which former Padre was the first batter to homer off of a pitcher whose first Cy Young award came before the hitter was born? I know that's a lot. Which former Padre was the first batter to homer off of a pitcher whose first Cy Young award came before that hitter was born?
I don't get what I did. Do you get it, Danny?
The hitter?
Do you get it?
The hitter's a pitcher?
No.
Yeah, see,
Hold
this
on.
is
Hold
make
on.
sure Danny understands the question. here.
I'm explaining it.
I think you're doing okay,
Which
but it's
former
a tricky
Padre
one.
was the first hitter in Major League history to homer off of a pitcher whose first Cy Young came before that player was born, the hitter?
All right, so the pitcher won a Cy Young
Got it.
a long time ago. The batter hadn't been born yet.
I agree. It's a little complicated.
And then the batter
but
came up to the big leagues. Pitcher was still pitching,
yes.
and the batter hit a home run. And the batter was for the Padres.
It wasn't necessarily a Padre game, but it was a former Padre player who did this.
Oh, my goodness. I think you're in good shape, Danny, because I don't think I'm going to come up with this.
When I saw this question, I'm like, Chris is going to know.
How is he going to know?
These are just the things that Chris knows.
This is quite odd, but you want to take a guess, Danny, for the hell of it? I mean, I don't know who would have pitched
Will
that
Myers.
Will Myers. Interesting.
Stay there, though.
Doesn't even seem fair to buzz the guy, on that one. All right. I'm trying to think of Cy Young Award pitchers who would have been around long enough, right? You got to win the Cy Young, and then you got to pitch for another at least 20 years before this player comes up to the big leagues. But I'm trying to think of the player.
Yeah, the player, not the pitcher.
And it's a former Padre.
Former Padre. Where I'm not going to say anything more.
Yeah, Danny, I think you've won.
I feel like I feel like you know this somehow.
I don't. I don't think I know. I'm trying to think if Roger Clemens pitched long enough because I can't think of too many Cy Young Award winners who lasted that long. The guy who lasted the really the longest pitching was now I can't think of it, but anyway, somebody didn't win a Cy Young. All right, never mind. I'm just wasting time, and I'm wasting Danny's time. Former Padre Ray Langford. I don't know.
Ray Langford.
I don't know.
Danny, you're the winner.
Danny,
Stay
you've
right
won.
there.
Congratulations. All right, explain this to us so we
Okay.
all find out together.
You actually said the pitcher's name.
It was Clemens?
It was Clemens.
All right, somebody homering off of Clemens who was a young player
For the Padres.
and that player was?
Cameron Maben.
Oh, goodness. Yeah.
Cameron Maben.
All right.
See, the only reason I felt like I should ask this question is because Cameron Maben was a Padre for a while. I feel like there's stats and trivia that go around when someone's a Padre.
I do know a lot of those crazy things, but I didn't know
Exactly.
that one. So,
Yes.
Danny, that's good for you. You win today's Chris versus the fans. So stay tuned. You could be on your way to Las Vegas for the sold-out tickets.
Here's some more information.
And check it out. Yeah, you got the information there. You gave me the wrong information.
I did.
Here.
I did. August 18th, 2007, Cameron Maben, who was born on April 4th, 1987. Obviously, August 18th.
So he was born in 87. Clemens won it in 86.
Correct.
All right. Very good. It's a good question. It's just kind of a
I got it off of a legit MLB trivia website.
Yeah, that is quite a bit of trivia there that you came up with, I will say.
I just felt like if anyone knows it, Chris probably can come up with
Fair
that
enough.
answer.
Fair enough, because I do know a lot of those weird things, but I don't know that one. All right, we got a couple of minutes left here before the end of the segment. And, we have the Masters is coming up 2 days from now, correct?
Yeah,
they don't play on Wednesday. It's Thursday through Sunday,
They do the
right?
par 3 contest, I believe, on Wednesday.
Yeah. So Thursday through Sunday is the Masters. Tomorrow, we're going to do a little special Masters thing. You and I and Ben and Woods are all going to be involved in this thing. Don't know if Tony's going to jump in or Braden. We're not sure if we're all going to do it. What we're going to do is we're going to all draft 2 or 3 players. We haven't decided that yet either, but I think 3 players each.
We have a lot to decide still.
And we can't draft the same player. So once a player's drafted, that player's gone.
Yes.
And then Ben Higgins, being the golf nerd that he is, has figured out a really convoluted point scoring system that we will use to determine which of our group of 3 golfers is the best.
He came up with a really good way of doing it, too.
He did, but it's a little lengthy to explain right now.
Yeah.
So anyway, tune in tomorrow. Ben and Wood should be part of it. Scraby and I. We'll see if we get Tony in here. I don't think we're going to get Tony tomorrow because he's got to travel back to San Diego
And
after
the game's
game.
happening when we're probably going to be taking our players.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Anyway,
Tony, you're out.
Anyway, a couple of quick notes because I'm doing a little homework for our draft. Scotty Scheffler's won 2 of the last 3 Masters.
He has.
The year he did not win, the winner was John Rahm. Do you know who finished second to John Rahm 2 years ago?
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Phil Mickelson.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Mickelson.
He made a charge at the end.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So anyway, the Masters is coming up this weekend.
Is
We will
Phil
start
playing? He has to be playing.
I don't know. We'll find out. I'll
He
call him.
has to be.
I'll
Oh,
call him
you're
during
gonna
the
call him?
break and let you know.
Good.
First, we'll check traffic. More Gwynn and Chris coming up. right.
What hasn't? That's the
Pretty
theme
much
of
the theme of the show. Yeah, it's been a little wild and zany all the way around. Speaking of wild and zany, our boss, Adam Klug, he's not wild and zany. But
what does zany even
You don't know what zany means?
Is it weird?
Yeah, just kind of wacky. Zany.
I wouldn't
wacky.
call him zany.
No, he's not. But speaking of that, here's a wacky idea, which seems to happen every year.
I think it's a thing now, Chris.
I don't know why, but I get chosen every year to host the NFL draft coverage on 97.3 The Fan. Now, nobody dislikes the draft more than I do, and I say it in jest. I follow it. I get it. I just don't get all these guys like Mel Kiper and these people who spend their whole lives trying to predict what's going to happen in a draft, and then watching these teams stumble all over themselves to draft these guys, 80% of whom don't come close to working out.
True.
And on draft day, they're all going to be the greatest player in the history of the sport. So that's kind of my thing on the draft. But I do follow it. I don't know the date of it, though, Scrape, honestly, and I'm looking here. Do you know what date the actual draft is this year?
April 26th.
All right. So it's 18 days away.
24th.
Even closer, 16 days away.
Have you started studying?
Well, I'm studying right now. Number one pick, most people think, will be Cam Ward.
Yeah, that's the consensus.
Miami quarterback will go to
one.
the Titans. That's bad news for Will Levis, I guess.
Has
Travis
he shown you anything yet?
No, not
Okay.
well. No, I will say one game. Will Levis showed me
Against
something.
the Dolphins.
The Monday night game against
Came
the
back
Dolphins.
from
Remember
like
that?
14 down. Or
Unbelievable. Yeah, the only game he's ever had. Travis Hunter, number 2.
Yeah.
At least that's what people are saying to Cleveland. The wide receiver, cornerback,
I've also
everything.
seen the
greatest.
Raiders trading up in that pick.
Potentially. People always make those predictions.
I know,
Those are really hard to make.
Those are definitely hard
to
to
predict a trade. This is the guy I think is going to be the most dominant player coming out, and I'm, my unofficial opinion, but I think the Giants, at least what they're saying here, Abdul Carter, the linebacker rush guy for Penn State. He's a monster. Remember, the Giants did sign Russell Wilson, so they may not need a quarterback. New England is 4th, Jacksonville 5th. They're saying the Raiders, Ashton Genty, running back, Boise State potentially. And on down the line it goes. Shador, in this particular mock draft, is 9th, going to the Saints.
I have seen that too, yes.
All right, well, that's where he is on this one. Derek Carr is the Saints quarterback.
I have some breaking news, by the way.
All right, let me just finish this thought.
Sure.
The 10th pick would be Tyler Warren for Penn State going to the Bears. I think that guy's going to be really good.
Yeah?
He's tough to handle.
Oh, you love this guy.
He catches the ball. He can throw the ball. They ran him on tight end pass plays last year at Penn State.
I'm curious to see how it translates.
You never know, but I never know that. I'm just saying he's big. He's a huge target. He's fast. He's strong. He runs over people. Seems like a Brock Bowers type of guy. And then the 49ers pick 11th. All right. So anyway, we'll have the draft coverage on April 26th. I'll host, but Scraby and Braden will be the stars of the show. They will break down everything, and you'll get all the draft coverage.
Last time, after being on the air for like 6 hours, Braden and I got into a fight over Patrick Mahomes and Brock Purdy.
Hey, speaking of 6 hours, last time we agreed to do this, Adam agreed to bring us food.
That is true.
So let's get back on that.
Mr. Klug, are you listening?
Mr. Klug, we had food brought in. I recall that.
I do recall.
Let's make that happen again. But draft is coming up April 26th or 24th.
24th.
Yikes. 24th. All right, give me your breaking news, Scrape, before we get to the bottom of the hour. Is it bad? Uh-oh. Jackson Merrill injured list?
Jackson Merrill on the injured list.
Yeah.
10-day IL stay.
Wow.
5 minutes ago was tweeted by Kevin Acey. Here's his tweet. Padres center fielder Jackson Merrill is headed to the 10-day IL with a hamstring injury. He appears to be walking fine, but his recovery is not progressing as quickly as hoped. Padres choosing caution for the long season, which I'm really hoping that's the truth because
I'm sure it's the truth, but it doesn't mean that, in 10 days, you hope he's going to be ready and 100%.
Hamstrings are so tricky.
They
I
are.
blame this on the cold.
Well, a lot of people are blaming it on the cold, but Maybe they shouldn't have sent him to Chicago. It just kept him home.
No, he's still, you know what? He's still, Jesse was saying this last night. He still stole a base and he still ran the bases after that little incident where he went first to third. No one seems to think it's serious, so I'm going to choose to believe that it's a cautionary IL stay.
Well, let's hope so. Just the second part of this, who's replacing him? Do we know?
That did not come out yet because the Padres haven't officially put the tweet out, but Kevin Acey's pretty official.
Okay. Yeah,
So-
we're going with Kevin Acey here. So let's just make sure that we give Kevin all the credit if he's right, but we give Kevin all the blame if he's wrong.
I'm telling
So
you, he's
just
not
understand.
tweeting out.
Oh, I don't think he
Jackson's on
is.
the IL if he's not sure.
I don't think so either. I'm just saying that we're giving Kevin all the credit here.
Yes.
It's not something we came up with.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any roster
So
moves yet.
if for some reason it's wrong, don't shoot the messengers.
Looking for some roster moves. Nothing yet.
All right, we'll get it as soon as because they need to bring up now. See, look, they got Connor Joe, outfield. Oscar Gonzalez, kind of a corner outfielder. Tirso, kind of a corner outfielder. Connor Joe, I already mentioned Connor Joe. Eggy's not even an outfielder.
Yeah.
So who are you going to bring up? Now you're going to be willing to play Brandon Lockridge full time in
No.
center field for 2 weeks?
You can't do that.
Well, who are you going to play? I don't know anyone else who plays. Now, I'll tell you who does. Jason Hayward, I think, can play some center field, but at the moment, doesn't seem like the world's greatest option.
All right.
The way he's swinging the bat.
Let me throw out this crazy idea.
Let me hear it.
You got some corner outfielders that you could bring up. Move Fernando to center for 10 days.
For 10 days?
He can play whatever position you want him to play. Because I'm trying to think, there's no real off the top of my head guy who is.
I just told you who. Jason Hayward has played center field.
I know, but I'm not really thinking about him taking over for 10 days.
Well, I think he and Lockridge will probably platoon in center field. That's what I would think. Honestly, I think that's the best thing you can do. You got a Hayward batting lefty, you got Lockridge batting righty, and they platoon in center field until Merrill comes back.
Connor Joe, he's a center fielder.
Connor Joe?
He can play center field.
Are you kidding me? Let me look him up and see if he's ever played center field at the big league level.
I hope he's played
I'm
center
pretty
field
sure.
at some point.
I don't think he has, Scrabe. If he has, I wasn't paying too close of attention.
He's just a corner outfielder.
That's a negative.
All right.
Never played
All
center
right.
field.
Okay.
All right, so that's bad news. Here's some good news, at least. Washington 5, Dodgers nothing in the third inning.
Dodgers are in a tailspin, everybody.
I hope they stay in one.
They've lost 3 of the last 4.
Yeah. All right, stick around. We'll tell you as soon as we know who the Padres are going to activate to take Jackson Merrill's place. Not going to make anybody feel better.
No.
Jackson going on the 10-day IL. I mean, the guy's hitting 370. He's got 3 homers, 10 RBIs. He's the heartbeat of this squad right now.
Signed a big deal.
Kevin Acey has him on the injured list. And that is starting to make the rounds online now. I just don't see yet who has replaced him. As soon as we see that, we'll let you know.
I'll get a notification because the Padres will tweet it and I'll get it.
Well, let me just take before we go to break.
that's
let me just take one last look here on MLB.com.
Rod's pointing out something that I didn't want to point out, but he's on my fantasy team, so don't blame me.
Oh, your fault.
Don't blame me.
Your fault, Scraby.
He's been incredible so far. He's hitting every game except for one.
Your fault, Scraby.
It's not my problem.
You've won 2 straight titles. It was bound to go against you this year.
I have half my team on the IL.
I think you should,
drop him.
I think you should drop Jackson Merrill immediately to save the rest of us in San Diego. All right, we'll tell you who's, on the roster once we find out. I was looking at MLB.com. Don't see it here yet either. We will have our Big 5. Man, that's bad news, Scrape. That's really
news,
downer.
Chris. That's terrible news.
All right, we'll try to carry on Gwynn and Chris. I missed a short bogey putt on the first hole, so I doubled. But after that, I told you earlier, I had one of the strongest 12-hole stretches of my life. And for 12 holes, I didn't hit one bad shot. I missed like 5 or 6 very short par putts and ended up with a, comfortable bogey. The other holes, I got all pars. So I was really on a streak for about 12 holes. Unfortunately, after 13, you got to play 14 through 18.
Yes, you do.
And I fell apart. I was just, I couldn't mentally keep it up.
It happens.
You know what I mean? Mentally, I was like, I can't do this anymore. I have to collapse because I was playing so far above my head.
It happens.
So, I'm happy that I had the hot streak. But now the day has turned, the other thing that was good was, finding out the Padres were in first place by themselves and realizing that has not happened since June of 2022. So almost 3 years. I thought that was really good news. Beautiful day outside, sun, no clouds, right?
9-2.
Warm weather.
I like that number, 9-2.
9-2 last 2 times, 98, 84. They went to the World Series. But man, the clouds have just formed over the studio. Jackson Merrill to the injury. That's the only thing that makes me laugh every time.
This whole thing has been a dumpster fire.
Well, that news is not good. Jackson Merrill, if you just tuned in to the 10-day injured list with the leg issues, still waiting to try. If somebody finds out before we do who they're bringing up, just send it along in the chat. We'll tell everybody else. But we're efforting to find who's going to be taking his place on the roster for the next couple of weeks.
Padres brass are right now in the war room figuring out.
I'm pretty sure they had that already decided before they put him on the injured list. They just haven't. I don't believe they've even announced him going on the injured list yet.
No, it's not.
So
I
it's
haven't
not
seen anything from
them.
them.
It's not an official announcement yet. But Kevin Acey's reported it, and it's starting to, catch fire all over the World Wide Web, as it were. All right. So while they're digging,
I have a little bit possible information.
All right. What you got?
Well, some guy says the beef says that Oscar Gonzalez is on a plane now. I don't know about that, but I did see that Oscar Gonzalez had been removed from a lineup either today or yesterday.
Let me just say
he's on his way.
He's been the hottest hitting outfielder at AAA. And he makes sense because I think I really think they'll put Hayward and Lockridge platooning in center field, lefty, righty. And I think you can, then Gonzalez can bat lefty in left field. And Jose Iglesias is out there tonight.
Yeah,
batting right-handed.
Oscar Gonzalez is not, according to Koala Pat. I love these names.
Oh my God, we're going back and forth on who's being called up.
No, Oscar Gonzalez not in the El Paso lineup today.
Okay.
And
so
there's
some hints.
And next time we get the beef to give us some stuff, we have to go hot beef whenever he has news. Hot beef. That's what people say.
We have to.
I'll do it.
Can we just say, give me some of that meat?
Oh,
would that be okay? Can we say that?
We can do that.
Give me some meat.
That's what we can do. Or
it's heaven in a piece of meat.
That's right. If the beef is telling us it's heaven in a piece of meat.
Thank you, beef.
Thank you, beef. All right. We don't know for sure if it's Oscar Gonzalez, but there are some hints leading us to think that could be right. We will confirm. But first, we will check traffic and get into today's Big Five as Tony returns to the lineup.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by Hamul Casino. Got a few things going on here. One is this crash on eastbound 8 just past College. It's all over to the right shoulder. Also, southbound 5 before the 52, an accident blocking the slow lane. And southbound 15 before Poway Road got a crash in the HOV lane. Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego with the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, where you can play your heart out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. Opening this summer, Hamul Casino Resort, the player's place. Learn more at hamulcasino.com. And Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
These news stories will astound and amaze you. The one, the only
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right. Well, we're going to go right to something last night that I found offensive about the Padres in the A's game. And yes, offensive is the word that I used.
Number 5.
Because the game-deciding home run that Fernando Tatis Jr. hit in the 7th inning last night, it not only cleared the wall in left field, it landed on the roof of the 2-story home team clubhouse, which Kevin Acee did this whole breakdown this morning. It's 330 feet from home plate down the line, and he wrote this morning there's a lot of room from the fence to the clubhouse. StatCast, however, had the ball only traveling a projected 406 feet. When asked about it, Fernando said, yeah, that's cap. Straight cap, which for everybody out there, including myself, that's a lie, Chris. That's a lie.
Got it.
So, Tony, do you think they need to remeasure this home run? Offensive.
Were you offended by it, Tony? First of all, I just want to see if you were offended by it.
To see a ball fly through the air like that and say it only went 406 feet is offensive.
I was not offended by it. I've always said that StatCast sometimes be getting these homers wrong. And so, that's always been my thought. I don't know that this proves my thought to be true, but it just proves that other people have the same thought that I've had for a while. That being said, I don't think they need to remeasure it. I don't know there is no prize for longest home run of the year. It just
pride.
Do they all count as one run, right?
They all count as one.
Oh, here we go.
Pretty sure.
Here we go. Pretty
sure.
I'm just saying. Listen, if they want to go back and measure it, fine. I mean, I don't think anybody really cares that much.
Get the tape measure out.
Except for you, Scrape.
Go from home plate all the way to the top of that clubhouse, Chris.
First of all, your reaction to this is cap, and I don't even know if that's an accurate way to say it.
No.
It is cap.
No, cap is a lie. My reaction is truthful.
Okay, you're being truthful.
No, you're lying.
First of all,
you think I'm lying that I'm this upset about it? I think it's ridiculous.
He's this upset. He's this.
You know
upset.
why? Because they just want Ohtani to have the longest home run. Of course, they're going to be like,
"Oh, I thought he would get invented. I thought he'd get into this somehow."
It's going to be like Ohtani. It's a wall scraper. 489 feet.
Well, here's a couple of things. First of all, the pitch was so bad that Fernando should have hit it 406 feet. It was a hanging inside, slider curve that just didn't break. So, he didn't miss it, and give him credit for not missing it. I don't know exactly how StatCast works, but I thought that what they did was they were able to measure all the seats in the outfield exactly how far away they are from home plate. In this case, there are no seats to measure from, right? It just landed on the top of a building. So I'm going to cut them a little slack. They probably need to reconfigure that because you're right. It was probably further than 406, but I think the same thing Tony does. I see balls go out that I feel like the one that Franmil Reyes hit at Petco that bounced into the onto Market Street or something. I still think it was one of the farthest home runs I've ever seen hit, and it didn't go. They didn't say it went past 450. So I never 100% believe it. I don't believe the launch angles necessarily. I don't even believe the exit velocity all the time. I think it's something.
Oh, now we're getting into conspiracy.
Well, I'm just saying that I think they probably get it close, but. Have you not seen balls that you think are hit harder than they say?
Well, I don't know. I don't know about the ball.
This one
I can tell distance. I can't tell miles per hour.
Well, anyway, your overreaction is ridiculous, but...
Oh, here he comes. He's going to attack me now.
I should... Okay, I won't.
He won't attack me. Okay, wow.
I just said it's ridiculous.
Wow, man. Okay, you just disarmed me, Chris.
You're right.
Number 4.
All right, moving on to something a little bit more serious. Northwestern and several former football players finalized a settlement yesterday to dismiss all claims against the school and former head coach Pat Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald was suspended by the school in July 2023 after a former player reported hazing allegations in November of 2022. Northwestern conducted an investigation, and the school did not find any evidence Fitzgerald or the coaching staff knew about these incidents. It was determined Fitzgerald had ample opportunities to, quote, discover and report the hazing conduct. Fitzgerald's suit against Northwestern remains with a November 3rd trial. So, Chris, you're up first. Is Fitzgerald clear in your eyes?
Well, no. And the reason he's not is because this didn't come down, if I recall, and it's been a while now. I mean, I'm surprised it's just getting settled, but I guess I should understand that's how long the court system takes sometimes. And it wouldn't take this long if the suit had brought into my court, into the sports court. I would have got rid of it quicker than this. But what I recall is that there was a big, huge dry erase board in the locker room that listed all of the hazing things that the players had to do. And it was there, invisible for everybody to see it. And I believe I even saw photos of it in the locker room. So it's just hard for me to believe that Fitzgerald never saw it himself. So no, he is not clear in my eyes, but in the court size, I guess they've made a deal. Maybe this is the best way out for him, so that it, doesn't.
Sometimes it's unfortunate that is the best way out.
Yeah. So these guys will probably get a settlement, and he'll be in the eyes of the court innocent. But I don't know that he's ever going to be 100% innocent in my eyes. I find it hard to believe he didn't know what was going on in his own program.
Tony, what do you think? Do you think is Pat Fitzgerald innocent in your eyes?
No, he's not completely innocent. I mean, I don't recall the case as well as Chris does as much in terms of the details.
I do remember whiteboard, and I do remember that stuff.
I do remember those keywords, whiteboard and
hazing.
And hazing, right? I remember those things were a part of it.
You will do naked burpees. It said it like in gigantic letters.
I actually think, I don't know why, but naked bear crawl stands out
That's
to
what
me.
it was, naked bear crawl. I mean, come on, Pat.
I'm not laughing at it. I'm just like, it's just a crazy situation.
Yeah.
I mean, what? Never mind. That's a whole nother discussion.
Yeah, right.
Why do you need to do naked bear crawls? I want to know too.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
All right.
Number 3.
I already said, man,
We're
I'm
good.
all off today, guys.
Keep going.
Today is a bad
Just for John.
Okay, thank you. With Vlad Jr. reaching the $500 million threshold in baseball, there are now 3 players who reached that feat. Ohtani, Soto, and now Vlad Jr. CBS Sports picked 5 players who are the most likely to get the next $500 million payday. And in order, this is how they listed them. And Tony's up first. Gunnar Henderson, Ellie De La Cruz, Kyle Tucker, Paul Skeens, Jackson Holiday. So, Tony, who do you think will be the next $500 million man? You don't have to choose one of those guys either.
I mean, it's easier to choose those guys because I can't think of any off the top of my dome right now. So I would say, who was the first one you said? Paul
Gunnar.
I think it's probably going to be Gunnar.
Okay.
I'd say it would probably be and that's because he has a head start in terms of time at the big league level compared to De La Cruz, compared to Paul Skeens, who I think will probably be the next one on that list to be that guy. I think
it's Kyle Tucker, a $500 million player, because he's the next up for a big contract.
He is the next up. I don't know that he's $500 million though.
Yeah,
he might be $499. He's pretty good.
He might be $450, right?
Yeah, he's pretty good.
I mean, I guess if he is, that he's the next one.
He's got a chance, but I agree with Tony. I think it's Gunnar. I thought the other guy that's in the running for this would be Paul Skeens. But the problem for Paul Skeens is he's going to have to get traded before he becomes a $500 million ball player. We know the Pirates aren't going to do that unless, they were putting up, say some extra advertising on the right field fence to try to help pay for Paul Skeens' future contract.
You think that's why they erased Roberto Clemente?
Maybe
so
that
Paul
was their
Skeens?
excuse, yes. But, I think Paul Skeens going to have to get traded, right? I mean, there's no way the Pirates are going to be able to afford that. I'll be honest with you, I don't know the Orioles are 100% behind a $500 million contract, which may bring us back to Kyle Tucker because the Cubs do have the kind of cash to spend. So that may come into play as well.
Yeah. Jackson Holiday, the reasoning behind that was that he doesn't need the money, and so he can wait for his contract.
That's, he hasn't done enough to get there.
I know. I'm going to hold back from talking trash.
Number 2.
Bryson DeChambeau recently was asked if he regrets comments that he made years ago about Augusta National. He said the course was a par 67 for him. And if you remember, that caused a little bit of a brouhaha at the time. But he did an interview recently, and he said this about the whole incident. Quote, I've always since said I don't regret saying that 67 thing because I learned from that experience and it made me a better person. But do I wish I hadn't said it? I do. Really, I do, because it had impacted some people negatively, and I don't want that no matter how much of a benefit it might have been to me maturing. I could see that it was disrespectful to some, and I'm sorry for that. Boy, it was a humbling experience. End quote. Chris, my question, I don't know what to say about this other than, can Bryson DeChambeau save golf?
Save golf.
I can give you my reasoning after your answers.
The only way he's going to save golf is he gets out that stupid live tour, first of all. I can't imagine anybody on the live tour is going to save golf. I mean, that's not going to happen. I haven't seen Bryson DeChambeau play in about 6 years.
That is also true.
So, but maybe in those 6 years since I've last seen him play, maybe he's matured a little. And let's just hope that he has. I mean, he made a lot of immature statements, but the fact remains, this guy can hit the ball pretty much further than anybody. And if he would just shut up and hit it, I'd be a little bit more impressed than him boasting about what he can do all the time. He's still one of the more fun guys to watch play. And maybe he, has grown up a little bit. The one thing about the Masters that I've learned is you have to treat it with care. You do. You have to treat it, the Masters, with a little more care. The Masters is almost bigger than the name golf, right? So I think you have to handle it with the reverence that Bryson did not show the first time around, and maybe he's coming around. So good for him, I hope. But get off the live tour before I'm going to anoint you or anybody else for that tour.
There's only whispering at Augusta National.
Not there.
Tony, can Bryson DeChambeau save golf?
Absolutely not.
What?
Sorry, Bryson. What are you talking about?
You're going to have to back this up. I don't even know where you're coming from.
Can I hear this?
Yes.
What's your reasoning here?
My nonsense, Tony called it.
Nonsense.
Chris said reasoning. Tony said nonsense.
Yeah.
My reasoning is that Bryson DeChambeau, I've read interviews over the years, and he definitely has matured. And that's what I like about him, is that he isn't afraid to say the things that are going to maybe make him look weak or make him look bad. But he used to be a villain, and now he's kind of like a cult hero, but he's also getting the people like me who used to hate him back on his side. And so I think that he can unify golf fans with his with how he I'm gonna stop right there.
Yeah.
Do you know what this means?
Stretch.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I don't know where you're going here. You're capping again, Scraby.
Yes.
You should have never taught me that phrase.
Oh, cap.
You should have never taught me that. I don't think anybody on the live tour can save golf.
Right.
Is
he still good? I don't even know what he's doing anymore.
Well, no one does, because he plays on a tour that no one pays attention to.
So how in the world is he going to do that?
I have a feeling he's one of those guys who's coming back to the PGA Tour in his contract.
Well, he better.
First of all, I mean, I did see our guy kind of publicly vent his frustrations with Liv.
Kepka?
Kepka.
Yeah. I mean, they were promised world golf ranking points, and they still don't have those.
No, they don't. And they're not going to let them out of their contracts, right?
Which I think that's a breach of contract.
Well,
unless they didn't say in the contract, we will award you world golf ranking
Liv
points.
has to hang on to those guys, because otherwise Liv is over if any of those guys leave.
Right.
So golf is still a mess. Bryson is not going to save it at this point.
Bryson's definitely not the vehicle.
You have as good a chance to save it as he does, Greg. I'll say
Wow. I can't wait until Bryson saves golf and I replay this.
Okay.
Sometimes these things do come true, guys.
Yeah.
This honestly might be your wildest take ever.
Really?
It's in the running.
Wait.
Honestly, like that Bryson DeChambeau is going to save golf.
It's not going to be Brooks Koepka. He's doing it for selfish reasons.
But maybe it'll be somebody that actually plays on the PGA Tour. Did you ever think of that?
No, they're already in the right place. It's got to be a guy from Liv to come back riding a white horse saying, I am bringing the PGA Tour back.
Oh, my Lord. No.
If you
TJ
missed that,
Short.
if you missed that on YouTube, you need to go watch it later. I had my hand raised in the air like I was riding a horse.
El Conquistador over
Yeah.
here.
I'll take it.
Number one.
I can't believe that was the wildest take. It surprised me. A very strange thing happened last night in the Pirates and Cardinals game. Did you guys see this? Late in the game, with Joey Bart up to bat, the catcher, this happened. This.
In the air towards center. In the air towards center. Still going back. That ball carries to the fence. And he can't get it. That'll ricochet to the middle of the warning track. The Cardinals are saying fan interference took place.
After review, the call on the field is overturned. There was fan interference. Ruling of the play.
So tell us what happened.
The ruling of the batter runner is still awarded third base. St. Louis will retain their challenge. St. Louis will retain their challenge.
All right. Well, that video was not what I put in the computer. He basically.
You put it.
No. I think it's because I'm playing on another computer, but I'm recording on one other computer, and so it lagged a little bit. Anyway, what basically happened was there was fan interference. It was not called on the field, so the Cardinals then go and challenge the play. Joey Bart triples in the whole thing. They challenge the play. They do indeed find fan interference. But the run scores and Joey Bart still gets his triple. So what is the point of challenging if you're not going to get a result out of it? They win the challenge, they keep their challenge, but it doesn't. I don't understand why you would why they are allowing this to be replayed.
Did you see the play like we just did?
Yeah.
Did it look like the Cardinal center fielder was anywhere near catching that ball, whether the fan was there
Close
or not?
enough.
Really?
What?
He was in the air.
He was
the
not
center
catching that
fielder?
ball. No,
Wow.
he wasn't. He was. Will we run that back?
Either
I'm pretty sure.
the Cardinal center fielder is going to fly in and save baseball, or Bryson DeChambeau is going to save golf.
All right. I'm not even going to replay it after that comment. I'm not replaying it after that comment. Man, this is you guys having fun? You guys having fun today?
That was.
I have a proclamation to make. The center fielder was not going to catch the ball. It should be a triple.
That's it for the Big Five.
Hi ho, hi ho.
All right, that's it for the Big Five. I do not like you guys right now. You're going to get a lot of hate now for this. The last two topics were solid, and you guys ruined them.
You want bold takes? You want real? Here it's deep. Crow Armstrong back on the warning track at the wall. This one going to go. 2-run homer, Jackson Merrill. Third of the year, and don't go anywhere. It's now 7-5.
Jesse Agler announcing something we won't get to see for a while. Welcome back to Gwynn and Chris. Yeah, this is supposed to be the happy hour, Scraby. We're going to start it off with some really lousy news. Gwynn and Chris on San Diego's #1 sports talk station, 97.3 The Fan. Tony will be with us because we have our Fantabulous Sports Game Show coming up at the bottom of this hour. Scraby and Tony will compete for fabulous prizes. That's coming up.
Yeah.
At the bottom of the hour. Should be
I'm more concerned with this.
Well, we all are. But before I get to that, let me at least thank the fine people who sponsor the happy hour every single day. That is our friends at GL Pools. They are the swimming pool experts. They're trusted by thousands of San Diegans since 2006. Been doing it a while, almost 20 years. Baseball's back. So is swim season. Call now. Mention the word radio. Jot this down unless you're driving. Mention the word radio. You get a free month of pool service. I mean, that's awesome.
I had to go because of all the wind lately. I had to go scoop some stuff out of my parents' pool.
Pools can get rather messy if you don't have the likes of a GL pool guy out there.
No, we don't.
And
so it's me
cleaning
scooping out all the leaves,
cleaning you up, and you get a whole month for free. So
I have a question.
Call
Chris.
GL Pools. Mention the word radio. Thanks, guys, for sponsoring the happy hour. We go ahead and ask a question. We still haven't told people the bad news if they happen to just be tuned in.
Let's talk about that, and then we can talk about that later.
You and I know the bad news.
Yes,
people that have been
bad news.
People that have been listening to the show know the bad news, but anybody who just got in their car at 5:00 may not know the bad news.
That would be the responsible thing to do.
Yes, Jackson Merrill to the 10-day injury list. He did not play last night. Obviously now, not in the lineup tonight, nor will he be for the next 8 games. Jackson will be eligible to return for the next road trip, Scraby, which begins Friday, April the 18th in Houston. We will not see Jackson Merrill during the next homestand when the Rockies and the Cubs come in. Jackson with all they keep saying is, just injured legs, sore legs, muscles tightening up, whatever it is, Look, I don't believe
I read that tweet. The muscles were tightening
with all due respect, and the Padres, I love them and I understand why they're doing what they do, but they never really tell us the straight story. So, you can guess whatever you want. The guy's got a leg injury. He's out 10 days. End of story. There's not much more we can tell you. Mike Schilt, I doubt will shed any more light on that than that, but you will hear from Mike Schilt, I'm sure, in Sam Levitt's pregame show. We did confirm the assertion by our chat room fan, Beef.
Hot Beef.
Give me some of that meat. Beef was right on it.
Give me some meat.
Thank you, Beef. Oscar Gonzalez is on his way to, I guess, Sacramento.
Yes.
And he will join the Padres.
Great airport, by the way.
Being called up to replace Jackson Merrill. So, yeah, it's a bummer. Obviously, tonight, neither of those players are in the lineup. I would imagine if Oscar Gonzalez gets there in time, they shuffle him over to the stadium. He could pinch hit if need be later in the game. Now, Gonzalez had a sweet spring training. He hit exactly 400. He had a 995 OPS. Had 22 hits and 55 at bats, 8 extra base hits, Scrape. So, Oscar was swinging it pretty well. He played in parts of 2 seasons with Cleveland, 2022 and 2023. Hit a total of 13 home runs. He also hit a walk-off game-winning home run in a playoff game for the Guardians a couple of years ago against, I think it was either Tampa Bay. Yeah, Tampa Bay. Hit the walk-off. That was a game the Guardians won 1-0 in like 15 innings. He came up and finally sent everybody home.
Yeah, every time you say that, I remember.
Yeah. So Oscar Gonzalez will be called up. Now tonight, Brandon Lockridge is again in center field. Jose Iglesias goes to left field. Do you know how many times in his storied career Jose Iglesias has played left field, Scraby?
I do know because I saw a quote from him.
Okay.
The answer is 0.
It is 0.
And
yes.
his quote was, it's going to be nice. Well, paraphrasing, it's going to be nice to get a new view.
He'll get a new view. The one thing for Jose and any guy playing left field who's played on the infield their whole lives, ground balls will be much slower when they get out there to you.
I know he's a professional baseball player. I trust Mike Schilt and co. thinking that he's going to be okay, but playing left field for the first time in your career is not easy.
No, this is not exactly a vote of confidence either for Jason Hayward.
Yes.
I grant you that
put him in left.
A left-hander is starting tonight,
Yeah.
so that's why they're not going with Hayward in left field. But if you're ever going to let him bat against a lefty, tonight would be the night.
Yes.
Because you have no left fielder.
Yeah.
And
You're putting a guy who is not left field or doesn't play left field.
Never played there before. And Iglesias had a 13-year career, never been in left field. So
kind of concerning to me.
I believe
I think he'll be fine.
Wait, hang on. Last night he had to use the clubhouse restroom. He ran through left field and looked pretty good doing it.
Okay, so
apparently.
he's familiar with the grounds.
He's familiar with the grounds out there in Sacramento. Here's my guess. With Merrill out, Padres will, I think, Lockridge is in center tonight. I don't think they'll give Lockridge the start in every game. I think they'll give Hayward a couple of starts in center field. He's the only other guy who's ever played out there. You suggested moving Fernando to center.
They're not going to do that.
I suggest that's a terrible idea.
Thanks.
So what?
I said, well, thanks.
You're welcome. It's a terrible idea. Just leave Fernando.
Why is it
leave
a
him where
idea?
he is.
Why
That's
is it terrible, though?
Why make two positions worse?
Fair enough.
There you go. All right. So anyway, that's the bad news. The good news is the Padres are in sole possession of first place today for the first time since June of 2022. To that end, last I checked, let me check again because I'm, that kind of, I like to give you up-to-date information. Hang on.
Dodgers. Oh, wait, I have music.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. How about this, Greg? Nats 8, Dodgers 1.
Ooh.
Bottom of the 5th.
I think Pa has hit a home run.
Dodgers are taking it on the chin.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that, what would they start, 8-2? Or 8-0?
Yep.
They're going to be 9-4 now. If they lose this game, there'll be 4 out of 5 losses for the team that could never lose a game.
Those Dodgers fans, I swear
I knew you were thinking about that.
What?
When the Padres lost last week, the Dodger fans were popping off saying, "Oh, I guess get
used to it or something."
No, you have to be special to be in the unbeaten club. Well, the Dodgers are no longer anywhere close to the unbeaten club.
I know that Dodgers fans won't say that they're worried, but they're
not worried.
They're worried.
There's nothing to worry about.
There is nothing to worry about.
They started some guy named Justin Robleski tonight. Now,
Brent Sobleski's cousin.
Maybe. I don't know where he came from when you consider that the Dodgers have like 19 starting pitchers.
They do.
I guess they're all hurt. But anyway, Dodgers are taking it hard 8-1. So Padres pick up a little ground tonight when they send Dylan Cease to the mound. Sam Levitt pregame duties will begin shortly after 6 o'clock.
I have the chat earlier was saying they were saying like, oh, we're going to be fine without Jackson Merrill. I do agree that the team's going to be fine. It just stinks to not have him in there. So say the next 10 games, Chris, what would have been your record with Jackson Merrill and what's your record without?
Yeah,
does his presence win you one more game?
Maybe one.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe I'll give you one. Here's the thing. And I noticed this last night. I'm sure people watching the game did too. They won.
Yeah.
But without Jackson Merrill in the lineup,
changes things.
The lineup is not long enough because after Xander Bogaerts, it just goes away.
Yep.
I mean, if your 6 through 9 hitters are Yuli Gurriel, Jason Hayward, Brandon Lockridge, and Elias Diaz or Martin Maldonado, if that's your 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's not scary.
Yeah, you're kind of begging for a hit there.
Yeah.
And that's 4 straight batters.
Yeah.
So that's what happens when Jackson Merrill is out.
Yep.
And so it's going to be, don't say they're not going to miss him. They're going to miss him.
Of course they're going to miss him. But I think that they have the people in place that can win games while he's out. Like if this was a longer absence, I would be much, much more worried. But it's a 10-day IL stay.
But
AJ Councilville said that the Padres are just being cautious.
They said that yesterday, and they made no hint that he was going on the injury list.
They said day or two.
Yes. Yesterday, they said they were being cautious for a day or two. Now they're saying they're being cautious for 10 days. Don't put it past the Padres to not be telling us the whole story. Not because the Padres are bad guys, but because it doesn't behoove them to tell us the real story.
It doesn't.
So they're not going to. I hope that in 10 days, as mentioned, April 18th, when they get to Houston, he's back in there.
Can someone get Jackson Merrill some like bananas or some extra water?
He's 21 years old. How's he cramping up already? Come on.
Well, I guess it's a hamstring strain, and the Padres are actually calling it officially a right hamstring strain.
Yeah, and those can be troubling.
Tricky.
Little tricky.
I don't like anything having to do with the hamstring when someone's injured.
Break time, traffic time. See if we can find some good news from Kelly Danick.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck with that. There's a ladder in the lane somewhere on Gwynn and Chris.
Are we making too big of a deal out of it?
No. I think if you were 1-0, somewhere along the line. Padres have been chasing the Dodgers for 2.5 years. They're finally ahead of them, only for the moment. Dodgers are losing 8-1 to Washington. Giants play later against Cincinnati. Jackson Merrill, if you're just tuned in, 10-day injury list, strained hammy. Oscar Gonzalez called up to take his place. Oscar not going to be there in time to be in the starting lineup tonight. Never can tell. Maybe
Does that tell you
later in the game?
That tells me something, actually. I just thought about that. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's not as bad as we think.
You know what? Let's take it at face value. 10-day injured list, precaution. Let's stick with that. If we have to worry about something more, we will. But at the moment, that's all we have to worry about. We'll look forward to Friday, April 18th. Jackson Merrill will be eligible to come back.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with not overreacting, because if I overreact, then I'm just going to worry.
Just gonna go down
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to go there today.
Padres and A's, Sam Levin, more details coming up in the Padre pregame show at 6. I thought the NCAA title game last night was really great for a lot of reasons. First of all, is the and they can get up and down in a hurry, and they can put 10, 15 points on you, and they want a fast pace. And on the other side, Houston is everything Florida's not. They are just a big, strong bunch of guys who play with great heart and hustle and play bruising defense and basically look to, beat you up and wear you down that way. And you look at Florida's front court, they got 3 or 4 guys that are 7 foot. None of them, I don't think, can chew bubblegum and tie their shoes at the same time. I'm sorry. They're a little discombobulated, those 7-footers. And look, Condon, the starting center for Florida, did make a couple of dunks in the game, and he ended up diving on the final loose ball. So let's give him that much. But Houston's front line just beat those guys up. And Houston offensive rebounding, 15. Florida had 8. I mean, to me, the Cougars just put the ball up until they made it. They kept getting it rebound. The problem was Houston did not convert those second chance points. They got second chances. They did not convert them into points. But I thought Houston's game plan was so good on the defensive side of the ball. And it wasn't brilliant. It was just executed so well. And the plan was, don't really bother guarding the big guys. They'll turn it over anyway. And let's stop Walter Clayton Jr. and Elijah Martin, the 2 great point guards who average about 40, 45 points a game. These 2 guys are incredible, as Auburn found out in the semifinal. And Houston did it. Clayton didn't score a basket till like 5 minutes were left in the game. Elijah Martin had 2 points until the last 6 minutes.
You can't lose that game.
That's right. Houston did it all. They did it all right. They led by 12. They had the slow, deliberate, plodding possession of the ball. They didn't turn it over until the last 4 possessions of the game. Houston only had like 3 turnovers until then. And then the last 4 possessions, they turned it over every time. That's incredible. And Florida stole the game. But it's the same thing Florida did to Texas Tech. They stole that game too. And you almost go back, they almost stole the game from Auburn. They were way down in that one. So maybe you got to give some credit to Florida. And you got to give a lot of credit to Walter Clayton Jr. because here's a guy that, figures he could score 25 in his sleep. He had nothing. No baskets, no nothing. But you know what he did do, Scrape? And it's a good lesson for any of you out there who love to score the basketball.
I do.
I know you do. But for all those people who love to score and think that scoring is what you must do to win a game, watch Walter Clayton last night. He couldn't score because they were triple teaming him, double teaming him. They wouldn't let him score. What did he do? He had 7 assists. He kept on making plays. He finally attacked, got a couple of baskets to go, ended up scoring 11 points. And then the final play of the game, when the ball got over to the Houston shooter, Sharp, to the winning three-pointer, Walter Clayton jumped out and got in his path and made him put the ball on the floor, and basically that was the game. He couldn't pick it back up. It would have been traveling. So Walter Clayton did winning stuff. And that's what I love about, a kid like that and a game like that. It's easy to play great when you're scoring 34 points, but can you play great and have an impact when you can't score 34 points because the other team won't let you?
Yeah.
And that's what Walter Clayton did, and he was the most outstanding player of the Final Four, despite having what for him might have been one of the world's worst games. So it's a great lesson for young basketball players out there. Yes, it's great to score. Yes, that helps your team win. But there are other things you can do to help your team win, and he did those things. So give him credit for that.
I think on a smaller scale, I mean, when we were out at spring training, we talked to a couple Padres that said that they need to focus on
Jake
things
Cronenworth said
Jake
that.
Cronenworth, that's what it was. He said,
it
even
exactly.
if I go 0 for 4,
right.
did I beat out a double play, or did I turn a double play?
Yeah.
Did I do something else?
Did I make a good relay throw?
Yeah.
Did I steal a base?
How else can I help
How
when
can
I'm
I
going 0
impact
for
the
4?
game? Exactly. And that's what great players do.
Yeah.
They look and they see, how else can I help? Because Houston wasn't going to let this guy score. He only made 1 3-pointer the whole game. Why? He wasn't open. They were draped all over him. So he found other ways to help his team. And, Houston, I felt bad for Kelvin Sampson, even though it's hard for me to feel bad for a guy that cheated worse than probably any coach in NCAA history. In fact, he cheated so bad, they kicked him out of the sport for 6 years. And now they look at him as he's the greatest guy ever.
I got a question for you.
So I'm not ready to give him that moniker,
Okay.
but he did coach a hell of a game, and his team had a great game plan, and they executed it, and then they let it get away at the end. So I thought it was a great game, a lot of fun. We got to take a break. We have our Fantabulous Sports Game Show. If you haven't heard that before, you usually play much earlier in the day. Scraby versus Tony Gwynn Jr. You'll love it. It's coming up next as Gwynn and Chris get set to wrap things up for a Tuesday.
I actually got in trouble once when I worked at the bank for looking up a celebrity, and it was totally wrong on my part. Totally wrong.
Looking up their account number?
Just I searched her name in the account system, and
Scrappy, what is wrong with you?
I was like 19.
You'd be better off.
You would be better.
You'd be better off admitting that you wore your underwear inside out. Frankly,
This guy is just searching up people's accounts.
It only happened that one time because I got caught.
How did you get caught?
The account was flagged, and anybody taking a look at it gets logged, and so I got called into the boss's office like 3 days later.
What did that come? I'm sorry, I gotta ask, but nobody's supposed to be doing this preview. What did that conversation? How did it go?
Well, why were you looking up Paris Hilton? Is that who it was?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Oh my!
I can neither confirm. That's really funny, Chris, that you just yelled out that name out of all names.
No.
But I walked in. I got called into the office, and I sat down.
gosh.
And all my boss. I loved her. She was great. Her name was Sharon. Amazing boss. She just slid the piece of paper in front of me.
You knew.
Said, "Did you visit this account?" And I looked. Yeah. She was like, "We're gonna have to write you up for this, and if you do it again, we're gonna have to fire you." And I said, "I'll never do it again." And I got out of there as soon as possible. I took everything, but it was not good. Not good.
Just curiosity, huh? He's like, I wonder how much they have in their account.
Yeah. I mean, before I got caught, I did look up athletes. And,
oh my God! I'm so glad you're sitting in this seat now.
Yes, I'm so happy you're not doing any job that can be dangerous to people's futures.
This was in the first year that I was there. I learned my lesson thoroughly.
Chris, as I said, as soon as they walked in, they was like,
yeah,
that's our guy right there.
That's our window.
We're gonna take him down.
Yep.
Just lucky I didn't get caught for like. I can't even say. I'll tell you guys off break whose account I saw and how much money they had sitting in their checking account.
And this was how long ago, too, by the way?
2009, 10. way before I became a good person.
Didn't Bank America getting in trouble, or was that it was one of those banks got in trouble?
All of them get in trouble for selling information. But
I heard folks like you.
I wasn't selling any information. I was just wanting to see what was going on.
Curious.
I didn't check their account activity, which I could have. Been like, oh, they bought this here. I'm going to go up there. You know, I'm not that creepy.
Well, that's stock.
Oh, yeah, you're not that bad.
I'm not that creepy.
This is amazing, by the way. We're supposed to be doing.
How are we supposed to do baseball picks under
I
these
don't think we can
circumstances?
anymore. I think we gotta push it. You guys never did it? Well, I mean,
no, Scrappy, we didn't. We didn't do it.
Really? Okay. Like you work at a bank, you're looking at people's account information?
That's
unbelievable.
It only happened for a little bit, and then I got in
Only
trouble.
for a little bit.
I can't stop laughing at this because it is quite hilarious, Scrappy.
But you were saying that I may have gotten robbed or whatever. I actually did get robbed when I worked in San Francisco, and they're called quick change artists.
How long did you work in the banking industry?
8 years. I was a teller supervisor when I finished. I was also the merchant teller, which took in around $150,000 in cash a day. Guess what? Always balanced at the end of the day.
Yeah, I bet.
But there was a guy who walked in. He had about $5,000 in hundreds, and he handed it to me. He said, "Can I get 50s for these?" And I said, you know, it's pretty annoying that he wants
$5,000 in hundreds.
In hundreds, and he wanted $5,000 in 50s. He just wanted 50s instead of hundreds. So I had to go get it from the vault. I come back. I'm starting to count it out, and then he's like starting to ask me questions as I'm counting it out.
He's trying to
and then
what did I tell you, Chris? This is what I'm talking about.
That window right there.
Hey, this guy was so good that no one saw it coming. But so when I started getting mad at him because I counted out the 50s, he goes, "What are you doing? I asked for 20s." And I'm like, what? You did not ask for 20s. You asked for 50s, bro. Yeah. I had to go to the vault to get those 50s. And as I was getting all mad and talking to my boss, he took the cash off the counter and put it into this folder that he had on the thing that
the original 5,000 in hundreds.
Yeah, well, he kept going like that, and then I was so mad, I just grabbed it and I threw it in my drawer. And then he was like, "You know what? I'm out of here." And he walked out. And then at the end of the day, $3,000.
He got an extra 3 on you.
$3,000. Yeah, he got $3,000.
The thing about criminals like that, they can sniff out a mark really easy.
I'm not a mark.
You are 1,000%.
I was actually the bank's
dog. They got you for 3 extra.
And that's the only time in my 8 years that I ever had anything happen like that.
I'm sure there's people who've been there 8 years that never had 0 taken.
Scrape, I got a 20 here. Can I get 5 5s, please?
I hate you guys.
Let's get to
that was one of the worst moments of my life, but you know what? It taught me a lot. Never trust anyone ever again.
You know what? You definitely have learned because you don't trust very many people.
I don't trust anyone anymore.
You are.
I actually got in trouble once when I worked at the bank for looking up a celebrity, and it was totally wrong on my part. Totally wrong.
To the program. I feel really bad. Young man wrote me from Indiana University. Email.
Hoosier.
Yeah, he's a Hoosier. Wrote me, I'm trying to find the exact date so I can make myself feel worse. Here we go. January 29th. What are we in, April?
Yes.
Yeah. He just wanted to know about internships and if I had any suggestions. Yeah, I know.
Don't do it, Chris. Don't do it to me.
What? Don't do what? Send him to you?
No.
Oh.
You never got back to him?
It got, lost in the email shuffle, and I was just going through my emails a minute ago and I'm like, oh no. I meant to get back. I feel bad because I've written these letters before, like he wrote. And, when people don't get back to you, you feel a little bit some type of way. And when people do get back to you, it's very nice. That's very nice that they did that. So my bad. I'm going to write this kid now. Go ahead and do the rest of the show, will you? I got to write this.
I mean, I've sent emails before to people, and like when I first started getting into radio, I think I sent emails to everyone I could find. And I think
you don't get a lot of them back. Yeah, you don't get a lot of them back.
Hey, when people email me, I do write back.
When you get one back, though, you feel like, hey, that was pretty nice of them.
Yeah, I do.
So I like to do that, and I messed up on this one. So
what's actually really funny though is like sometimes I tell people the Sam walked over to the window and started mouthing something to me, and I couldn't figure out what he was talking about.
You know what? I don't have anywhere to go tonight. I don't know about you.
I'm just going to stand outside the window.
That's what I mean. When our show's over, let's just stand outside the window and just, ridicule Sam through the glass, because he does this to us all the time. He thinks it's hilarious.
And I'm going to do it to him too.
Yeah.
I don't even remember where I was going with that.
I don't know. You're going to say something about me not writing this kid back.
Oh. I always write back. And I love it when I give them advice and they're like, oh, I was thinking about doing this instead. Why did you write to me?
Yeah.
I don't understand. I'm telling you how they asked me, how did you get into radio? How should I get into radio? Here's how I got into radio. Here's how you should get into radio. Oh, I'm good. I'm going to go do this other thing. Okay.
I know. Well, look, if we can't help the next group of people coming up, then what are we doing?
No,
you know what I'm saying? So we should at least attempt to.
I feel very strongly about helping people get into the business, because if there was no internship when I got into radio, I would not be sitting here right now. So I will help.
We should try to pass it along. What do they say? Yeah. Pay it forward.
Pay it forward. I try to do that.
Although I can't think of anybody who helped me really at the beginning. I'm just kidding.
You were at a time though when it was like,
I mean, I came up
super competitive.
I came up under the likes of Hacksaw, Hartman, Rome,
Chet
40. Sure. You think any of those people lent a hand?
I would like to say yes, but I don't think so.
They acknowledged my presence, but no, I got along with all of those guys. But you got to kind of carve your own path at certain times. But I will get back to this young man. I feel really bad.
I got something for you though before you go into that.
Okay, go ahead. We're doing our Fantabulous game show in a minute here.
Yes, Mike Schilt has spoken to the media.
Okay,
and I have his quote on Jackson Merrill, so we can hear what he said about it and hear the tone of his voice.
Okay.
Once you realize we weren't in that gray area anymore, the gray area being like day to day, try to figure it out, day off coming up. But the good news is at the moment, it doesn't appear to be anything overly serious. There wasn't a traumatic effect that caused it. It was some tightness that clearly is real, and he's working really diligently as you would expect to get treatment. We just felt like it was going to be every bit or close to the 10 days, right at that mark. And instead of playing, shorter, and also trying to, not that we would force it, just go ahead and get it done and presents an opportunity for Gonzo.
How much did it being this time of the season, play into making it obvious that this was right?
With Jackson?
Yeah, given how long you're still going, how much?
Yeah, I think we were ahead of it yesterday, and then like I said, still some things going on that, making sure of. Relative time of the year, I mean, yeah, we're going to be a little more cautious this time of year. That's for sure.
All right, Mike Schilt on the latest. Jackson Merrill to the injured list. You heard him mention Oscar. That's Oscar Gonzalez.
Gonzo,
right, yeah. Gonzo has been called up to replace Jackson Merrill on the roster.
He sounded a little depressed, Mike Schilt.
It's not a good thing. No. I mean, you're going to do a cartwheel? Jackson Merrill's on the injured list?
If I could do a cartwheel, I would still not do the cartwheel.
I think I shouldn't say this because you'll put me on camera one day. I feel I can still do a cartwheel.
That would be incredible.
It's been a long time, but I think I could pull one off.
I've never been able to do one. It's so hard.
Are you going to challenge me one day? We can't do it now.
No. All right. Let's go in the hallway, Chris.
I'm just saying it'll probably happen sooner rather than later. But what's going to happen now is that we're going to give you our Chris's Fantabulous Sports game show after traffic.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring. Got a vehicle fire in the North County East 78 near Broadway. It's got that right lane blocked, and looks like we still have the two right lanes blocked for this collision on southbound 5 before the 52. Northbound 5 right at the northbound 63 connector. Stalled car over to the right shoulder. What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? They always bottle their Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all their bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from their own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Well, you beautiful people out there, it's time to play one of our favorite games of the week.
All right.
We like to call it.
Ooh,
I'm gonna go Chris's Fantabulous Sports Game Show. It starts right now on 97.3 The Fan.
I don't know if everybody could tell out there. It's been a little bit of a bizarro world the last 7 days. That's because Scraby is the defending champion in Chris's Fantabulous Sports Game Show.
I'm not going to say it.
Well, one thing I don't think we have any evidence of in the past is you winning back-to-back weeks.
There has been one time.
Really? Okay. Well,
In the
we'll see if
beginning.
you can do it again.
In the beginning.
What was the category last week was not sports-related, and I think it was weather-related.
Yeah,
was
it
it
was.
not?
It was temperatures.
Temperatures.
States with the average temperature
Yeah.
under 55.5.
Yeah, we got some complaints from the peanut gallery on the topic.
Who's the peanut gallery?
You didn't you tell us that, Scraby?
Yeah, you told us that people were writing in on the chat saying, "Oh, this is not a great category. They
Yeah,
want
I
sports category."
I didn't
definitely
say that.
told us that.
Pretty sure you did.
They were
said that.
complaining that they thought I cheated and won.
I recall a complaint or two.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm the one that comes up the categories.
Wait.
Scraby
So-
just be making up stuff and then he forgets his
No.
cap. He forgets his cap.
No. You guys remember nothing, but you remember me saying this last week.
Yeah,
I
do.
definitely remember you saying that.
I took it to
'Cause
heart.
It was alarming.
Yeah, I took it to heart.
You guys are ridiculous.
I've been a bit stressed over this, that chat
sure.
comment for the entire week. So hopefully we can
For
bounce
sure.
back today. We will do a sports category for those who don't like non-sports categories out there. Scraby wants a non-sports one because that's the only ones he can win.
That's true.
But here we go. 15 correct answers today. You should know how this Fantabulous works out there. Tony and Scraby will alternate giving correct answers. First one to 8 will win, or first one to 3 strikes when you get one wrong. 3 strikes and you're out.
I've heard that.
Yep. And so that's how this game works. And you can play along out there, see how many of the 15 correct answers you can get. Very simple category today, guys. Doesn't need a lot of explaining. According to USA Today, and I'm looking at it in the USA Today. It is.
He does have a paper.
I do have a USA Today with me.
Turn it around and show me real quick.
Well, I can't because it's got the answers
Dang
on
it.
it. Name the 15 teams in Major League Baseball who have the lowest 15 payrolls.
Oh.
We're going with the lowest, cheapest Major League Baseball teams. All you have to do is name somebody on this 2025 MLB team payroll list between 16th most and 30th most, otherwise known as the bottom 15. I should try to explain that the Mets are actually on top this year.
Yep.
Because it is based on average annual salaries for your players in 2025.
Yeah, Juan Soto makes all
right.
of his
Even though the
salaries.
Dodgers have spent billions, so much is deferred, et cetera. So I just want everybody to be on the same page. It is 2025 MLB salaries, the 15 cheapest squads. Everybody good?
Yeah.
Tony, ready?
Let's go. Yes, sir.
All right. I guess, Tony, you lost, so you get the choice whether you want to go first or not.
I'll go first.
You'll go first. All right. Give me one of the lowest spending major league teams for 2025. Get us started here.
Let's just get right to it. How
All
about
right.
the Tampa Bay Rays?
Tampa Bay Rays, $79 million payroll. That ranks 28th.
Ooh, wow.
Third worst. There's actually 2 teams below them. But
I
Tony,
know one of them.
Tony is on the board. Scraby, your turn.
What's up with these Florida teams not doing anything? The Marlins.
Miami Marlins, $67 million. That is 30th and lowest in all of Major League Baseball. Yeah, what is that? Both are the South Florida teams. Cheap, on the cheap. All right, 1-1. We have 13 correct answers left. Tony Gwynn Jr., your turn.
How about my good friend Dick and his Colorado Rockies?
Richard?
Your good friend who?
Yeah,
Richard Monfort.
Dick Monfort.
I forgot about it.
Oh,
Okay.
yes. When the Rockies go to Denver, Tony says hello. He has to say hi to 2 people, Drew Goodman our great friend and broadcaster.
And Dick?
And Dick. He goes over to the owner's box and breaks bread with Dick Montfort. The only problem is Dick charges him for the bread.
He does.
So, yeah, that's not good.
I may have thought that Chris Bryant was going to inflate their
Well,
average.
they are on the list, but they are, believe it or not, the Rockies are 20th. So there are 10 teams below them in payroll, but Tony takes a 2-1 lead. Scravy, your turn.
I'm going to go with who the Padres are playing right now, the Sacramento Athletics.
Yes, that's incorrect. It's just the Athletics.
Oh, yeah,
that's right. Sorry.
73 million. They are 29th. So you guys have got the bottom three, and you've got the Rockies so far. So 2-2 with 11 correct answers remaining. We're looking for the 15 lowest Major League Baseball team payrolls. Tony Gwynn Jr.
How about our good friends out in Pittsburgh?
Oh, good old Pittsburgh. Yeah, they don't spend too much money there, and they're on the list. They're at 25th. 26th, I beg your pardon. So there's 4 teams below them. There's actually one team you haven't said that is below the Pirates, but that is a correct answer, and Tony takes a 3-2 lead. I think this is going to get kind of tough. It's going to get difficult
tough when you scrape.
When we get to the middle here, and you have to try to get those ones there in the middle. Anyway, Scrape, you're up.
I pay pretty close attention to contract stuff.
Okay, well, let's see how you do.
But I don't think it's going to help me here.
Let's see.
I'm going to take one of the lower teams, the White Sox. The White Sox.
This is why. How is Jerry Reinsdorf in Chicago, right? 3rd largest city in the country. Huge television market.
Rebuilding year, Chris.
Able to have the 27th highest payroll.
Rebuilding year, Chris.
And it's I can tell you from my side of things, it's not because he's putting money into the Chicago Bulls. So I don't know where Reinsdorf is coming from. We got a 3-3 tie. We have 9 correct answers remaining. Fantabulous game show. Tony Gwynn, your turn. No strikes yet.
How about
low payrolls? We're looking
the
for
Nationals.
The Nationals
on my list.
I like the way you pronounce that. Nationals are at 107 million, 24th. They're easily on the list. So they're in the bottom half. And Tony takes a 4 cheaperton. Tony takes the lead, but no strikes yet. Scraby, your turn here. Got 4-3 with 8 correct answers remaining. Lowest 15 lowest team payrolls in baseball.
I'm going to go
a little tougher, I think, at this point, but
I'm going to go
see who you come up with here.
With
I'm
trying to think of young teams that haven't been paid yet.
All right. Well, you take as much time as you need, Scrape.
Reds.
Cincinnati Reds are 22nd at $115 million. That is correct. Good job, Scrape.
Good job, Scrape.
Los Rojos.
Hunter Green's
Cincinnati.
up next, right? I would believe.
Hunter Green will push that up a little bit. All right, we're 4-4, 7 correct answers remaining. You guys have named pretty much the lowest 8 so far, so it's going to get more difficult here as we get toward the middle. Tony, your turn to try and guess one of the lowest payroll teams in baseball.
How about the Gods? The Guardians.
The Gods are.
You said the Gods.
Yeah, the Gods are at 100 million, which is 25th. That is way down the list, and that is correct. Why again? The Guardians, another team that seems like they would spend more money, but not the case. All right, you guys have now named number 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. So the only ones you have left are 16 through 20, and then number 23. So it's going to get tough now. Who are you going with, Scrape? Trailing 5-4.
Who you going with, Scrape?
Who you going with, Scrape? He's really, look at him. If you watch in the chat right now, you are seeing a man on a mission. You've got the pen pressed so tightly into your forehead.
In my eye.
Yeah, now you're going to poke your own eye out over there. Be careful.
I'm going to go with Los Tigres.
Los Tigres.
The Tigers did Detroit.
I'm a little nervous.
You're a little nervous about them. They're 17th. That's just enough to get them in there. $143 million. The Tigres are in the bottom half.
Weighting that down.
It is 5-5 with 5 correct answers remaining. No strikes yet. And a thrilling Fantabulous Sports Game Show is nearing its conclusion. Tony Gwynn Jr., can you come up with one of the remaining 5?
How about the Minnesota Twins?
Dang it.
Going with the Twinkies. $142 million. They are 18th, just below the Tigers. They sneak in. Twins is correct. You guys have gone 11 for 11. Very impressive.
What numbers do we have left?
There are 4 teams remaining. There is number 16, number 19, number 20, and number 23. Those are the 4 teams still that would be correct answers here. No strikes yet. Scraby trying to tie it back up at 6-6. The Fantabulous Sports Game Show. Getting
there's like a couple teams that have paid like 1 or 2 guys, and I'm not sure about those teams.
All right.
Oh,
well, give it a go here. Give it a go, Scraby. I'm pretty impressed with you guys so far, though. No incorrect answers yet.
Wait, he just got one. He got one.
He lost it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my goodness.
All right. I got to guess.
I'm feeling the pain just sitting over here.
What about
watch you play?
Mariners.
The Mariners.
He's going to the Mariners.
Seattle Mariners.
Did they pay Julio?
$146,793,414. They're 16th.
Yeah!
They're just in there.
Didn't even win.
Look how happy he is. My goodness. All right. You guys
to beat Tony on a sports one is top creme de la creme.
Not yet. We're tied at 6. Again, no incorrect answers. There are 3 correct answers left. Number 19, number 20, and number 23. Tony Gwynn Jr. looking for one of the Major League Baseball's lowest payroll teams. You guys have named 12 for 12, and we're right down to the nitty-gritty here. Still no strikes, Tony, so there is a little room for error, but not much. What you got?
I'm going to say this team in red sneaks in there barely.
Okay.
The St. Louis Cardinals.
Ooh, really? One of baseball's most proud franchises.
They're not too proud right now.
They're not too proud right now. Everyone's picking them for last in the division because they have a low payroll, $141 million.
Wow.
That is 19th. That is correct.
Didn't even consider that one.
I didn't either. I thought you guys would guess 5-10 teams before you get to the Cardinals, but Cardinals is correct.
That is
Tony nails
sneaky.
it. And we are 7-6. Tony, there's 2 correct remaining. Scrape, no strikes yet. You're looking for team number 20, team number 23. Those are the 2 remaining. You guys have not missed one yet. What an impressive performance by both combatants today. Do you know the other 2 out there?
I think one of them.
You think one of them is?
Thanks.
They've only paid one guy, one of my favorites, Bobby Witt Jr. The Royals.
Is that your guess?
Yes.
Your official guess. Number 20 on the list, the Kansas City Royals, is correct. At $130 million payroll. So it comes down to this. There's one team left.
And if Tony gets it, he wins? There's no tiebreaker?
No tiebreaker
this
today.
Is ridiculous.
I did not expect you guys to be able to go 15 for 15.
This is ridiculous.
All right, I'll tell you what. If Tony gets it, I'll give you a chance to tie, but you would then have to name the one just above the threshold.
That's not fair.
That's all I can do for you.
That's not fair.
That's all I can do for you.
This is where picking at the beginning comes back to really
he sounds confident like he knows.
Understand that he could strike out before you, though, because if he gets these wrong and then you get them wrong, he would lose before you, Scrape. There's only one team left. Is Tony going to get it? That is the question. I'm telling you, Scrape, if he gets it right here, I'll give you a chance to tie and create a tie, but that's all I can offer you.
Okay.
I feel really good about this
one.
You
feel really good about this, do you?
I've been pocketing this one.
You've been pocketing this one.
I have 2 that are pocketed. I just I never got a chance to use them because I wasn't sure.
I know a little bit about this place, so I'm going to go ahead and guess the Milwaukee Brew Crew.
I wasn't sure. I was going to ask
Tony if he played for this franchise. Yeah, Brewers are way down there, 115 million. That is correct. Tony takes an 8-7 lead. You guys went 15 for 15.
Let's go.
That's amazing. Give yourselves a round of applause, Scraby, even though I know you're a little disappointed now.
We know, hey, listen, we know our frugal team.
You guys know your payroll. You guys didn't miss one of these.
I told you I'm up to date on contracts.
Incredible. All right, Scraby, I give you one chance to tie. If you can name now, you're looking for the 15th highest payroll in baseball. So it's the lowest one that hasn't been named, and I will grant you a tie. If you can name the 15th place team. Otherwise, you're going to have to play the music, and Tony Gwynn Jr. is going to regain the title on the MLB team payrolls. Why don't you tell us out loud who you're thinking of now? There's no other guesses.
Well,
who are you thinking about? You want to share your process or no?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure about the Diamondbacks.
Okay.
The Blue Jays have spent too much money.
I want to give a guess after he.
All right, if he misses after he misses this, Tony knows the mental game.
Since it doesn't really matter because I'm going to lose regardless.
No, I'm giving you a tie if you get this. That's a better than a loss.
All right,
tie is good, especially
there is zero chance the Angels are on this list with Mike Trout and Rendon.
All right,
I'm going to go. Okay, here it is. This is kind of a wild guess.
There we go.
Wild guess.
Let's go.
I don't want to do that guess anymore.
Oh.
Fine, I'll just do it. I was thinking possibly this team sneaks in there. The Astros.
My gosh. The Astros.
Nah, the Astros are 7th, Scraby. So they are not there.
Is it
Tony Gwynn Jr. wins the game? He is the champion of the Fantabulous Game Show. He wins it in a classic 8-7 game. You guys were both brilliant.
This is brutal.
I think you got to play a little music, even though you're upset. And Tony, while you celebrate, what would have your guess there for the next one to be?
Baltimore.
That is correct. Baltimore, 15.
Dang it.
Very good. All right, that was our Fantabulous Game Show today. Scraby, heartbreaking.
Oh, man.
You're the Fantabulous Game Show version of the Houston Cougars today. Sorry about that.
Oh.
All right, we got a minute and a half left on the show. Sam Levitt is breathing down our necks. He's in the studio. I'm telling you, we are not leaving, Sam. You don't know this. Scraby and I are going to go right there. We're not even going to go outside the studio, Scraby. Let's just stay in the studio and heckle him from in here.
I can do that.
During the pregame show.
Do you hear this? That's Sam standing over our shoulder.
Oh, yeah, Sam. God, he's right there.
Man, I can hear you breathing in my ear.
I'll tell you, if you don't believe me, he's right there. See? All right, look. Today is a special day in Padres history. And I just noticed this because Sam handed me the game notes, so I'm probably stealing it from him.
Sorry, Sam.
Sorry, Sam. 56th anniversary today of the very first game in Padres franchise history. Yeah, it was April 8th, 1969. Padres beat the Houston Astros 2-1 at then San Diego Stadium. They had 23,370 turned out for the franchise opener, and the Padres got on the board with a victory.
Wow.
Third baseman Ed Spezio.
Love Ed.
His son Scott Spezio.
Oh, okay. I've heard that name.
Hurt your Giants in the World Series in 2002. Had a big World Series for the Halos. His dad was Ed Spezio. Spezio had the first hit for the Padres, and then later in the game had the first home run in Padres history that night.
Dang.
Right-handed pitcher Dick Selma struck out 12 in a complete game 2-1 victory. 56 years ago tonight, the Padres were born. So how do you like that?
That's fun.
Good way to end things. Sam Levitt, if you can't tell, he's right here. So he'll be on next with the pregame show.
He's right here.
Scrappy and I will be heckling in the corner, and we'll be back tomorrow. We're on after the day game. So you got night game tonight, day game tomorrow, then Gwynn and Chris after it's all over. Enjoy Padres baseball, everyone. From all of us at 97.3 The Fan.